Chapter 49. Yu Yongyu, aren't you being too overbearing? Do you really want to take over this place? Dai Tongnian said angrily. This is the connecting passage to the alternate dimension. If it collapses, can you bear the consequences? Besides, so what if I take over? Yu Yongyu turned to look at Dai Tongnian, completely disregarding him. I will find the Valley Master and the Great Elder to uphold justice. Dai Tongnian waved his sleeves and left. Listen up, no one is allowed to set foot in this place. If you are dissatisfied, go to your master or the Valley Master. However, if you dare to enter without permission, I will not be lenient. Gong Xian, Wu Qi, bring your junior brothers and martial nephews back. After giving his instructions, Yu Yangyu's body flashed and left. What kind of speed is that? It's much faster than flying monsters. Looking at the direction Yu Yangyu left, Ma Shizhuang said with some surprise. He could not even close his mouth. Flying monsters are no longer needed. Tang Tian was also a little emotional. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, there is indeed no need for monsters to travel short distances. Wu Qi said to Tang Tian and Ma Shizhuang. Where did you meet 11? Seeing that the people from the other peaks had left, Gong Xian asked Aoi and Yang Lei. In 12's hometown. Big senior brother, this time we did something big. Yang Lei said with some excitement. It's good enough that you don't cause trouble when you go out. Something big. Gong Xian said with a smile. Really, 6th senior sister, 13, and I work together to kill Luo Sihai. 12's hatred is completely over. Yang Lei said as she waved her fist in front of her. Really? This is a good thing. We don't have to worry about this in the future. However, didn't we get the news that Luo Sihai cultivated the phantom body technique? It's very difficult to catch him. Hearing this news, Gong Xian was very happy. Indeed, if 13 wasn't smart enough to slow him down with Tianyu, he would have escaped. Yang Lei said as she patted Knight Soro's shoulder. 0 yong 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 yong. Look, little R says Biang Lei told Gong Xian, Wu Qi, and Hua Nan about the process of killing Luo Sihai. If he didn't self-destruct, 13, Gong Xian said with a smile. 13, let's have a drink. When we go back, let's have a drink. Let's have a drink. B. T. Eldest senior brother, you've taken 2 disciples this time. If you accept new disciples next year, don't take them. Give me your share. Mo Chen said to Gong Xian. No problem. Let's go. We're going back. Under Gong Xian's command, everyone got on their flying mounts and left. When they returned to Taishan Peak, they went directly to the Taishan Hall to see Yu Yangyu. In the hall, Yu Yangyu and Tai Tsang were drinking tea. Master, aren't you worried that the older generation of the other peaks will go there and cause trouble? Wu Qi asked Yu Yangyu. That's possible, but it doesn't matter. Someone will definitely report what happened today to the Valley Master and the Grand Elder. When the time comes, the Valley Master and the Grand Elder will send someone to watch over it. Our Taishan Peak won't have to worry. 13, how is your family? Lu Yangyu asked Yishang after he finished talking about the alternate space. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Knight Sorrow bowed. He felt touched. He could feel Yu Yangyu's concern. Master, the houses of 12 and 13 are very close to each other. I have already told the South Sky City Lord. Later, I will let eldest senior brother and Yun Haifeng take care of them. Yang Lei stepped forward and reported. 12. AI. When 12 was mentioned, Yu Yangyu sighed and turned his head to the side. It was a pain in his heart. Seeing Yu Yangyu sad, Yang Lei directly told him about killing Luo Sihai. Yu Yongyu turned his head and looked at Night Sorrow and the others. This matter has finally come to an end. 13. When you have time to go back to your hometown, go to 12th senior brother's house and see if there's anything you need help with. Yu Yongyu told Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. He would have done it even if Yu Yongyu didn't say it. When you go back, teach your disciples well. If you can do it, then participate in this year's competition. If you don't participate, then show some face. This time, you've offended all the peaks, so you'll have to offend them even more. Yu Yongyu said to Gong Xian and the others. Halfway through, Yu Yongyu stood up. A moment after Yu Yongyu stood up, an old man in sackcloth appeared at the entrance of Tai Xian Hall. The old man was holding a silver cane. Grand Elder, you've come. Yu Yongyu and Tai Tsung bowed to the old man. How could I not come? What the hell are you doing? Dai Tongnian, Yuan Tai, and Jean Can all came to complain about you. The old man didn't move, but Night Sorrow felt that the old man casually took a step and then casually found a seat in the hall and sat down. Only people with no ability would complain. Hearing someone complain, Tai Tsung said with dissatisfaction. Nonsense, but it's also true. Yongyu, how much do you know about that place? The Grand Elder looked at Tai Tsung and asked. Yu Yongyu directly told his judgment to the old man in sackcloth. Cultivators above the severed soul stage can't enter. This is a difficult problem. High-level cultivators can't enter, but low-level cultivators aren't safe. Let's do it this way. The old man in sackcloth thought for a moment and said. Grand Elder, I can't do that. I've arranged a formation to hide it for more than 10 years. That place is our Taishan Peaks territory. Next year, we'll open it to disciples. Chapter 50. Looking at Night Sorrow, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Then, he tossed a jade bottle to Night Sorrow. You're full of vitality and vigor. You're a good seedling. Here's a dragon bone pill. Take it as a greeting gift from me to you. Other than Yang Lei, everyone else looked at the small bottle in Night Sorrow's hand enviously. In the current era, a weak physique was the weakness of a cultivator. Therefore, Yang Lei was the only one in the Taishan Peak who had cultivated the heaven-covering hand. This was related to Yang Lei's talent. However, the reason why Yang Lei was able to cultivate the heaven-covering hand to the cloud-flipping hand realm was because she had consumed a dragon bone pill. Thank you, Great Elder. Night Sorrow cupped his hands to the old man again to express his gratitude. The old man smiled at Night Sorrow and left. 13. You've struck gold. In the Taishan Peak, only your 9th senior sister has consumed a dragon bone pill. Master even asked for it from the Great Elder. Aoi looked at Night Sorrow and said with a smile. The Great Elder refined a cauldron of dragon bone pills back in the Medicine Valley. What about you guys? Your physiques aren't strong enough. Even if you consumed a dragon bone pill, it would be difficult for you to cultivate the heaven-covering hand. Yu Yongyu explained. He wasn't biased towards Yang Lei. He just felt that Yang Lei had potential in terms of her physique. The disciples understand. Since the Great Elder gave 13 a dragon bone pill, it means that 13 has potential in this area, Gong Xian said. He and the others understood Yu Yongyu on this point. Following this, Night Sorrow learned about how precious the dragon bone pill was from Yang Lei. The dragon bone pill's main ingredient was the bones of a winged flood dragon, which was extremely rare. It had been many years since a winged flood dragon had appeared. When Yu Yongyu saw that Night Sorrow was interested in alchemy, he explained, 13, there are 2 paths to cultivation in the Medicine Valley. One is to cultivate Xian Gong, and the other is to refine pills. However, I think it's better for you to cultivate Xian Gong. Master, can I practice mysterious arts while studying alchemy? Night Sorrow asked. It's fine if you have such an idea. Many cultivators also study some unorthodox disciplines. Some study alchemy, some study artifact forging, and some study array formations. However, there must be a distinction between primary and secondary. Don't place too much emphasis on both. In the end, neither is better than the other. Yu Yangyu reminded Night Sorrow. Disciple understands. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood what Yu Yangyu meant. Your eldest senior brother's alchemy skills aren't very good. Among my disciples, your sixth senior sister's alchemy skills are quite good. Do you want to follow me to Jingxin Cliff or your sixth senior sister's bamboo grove house? Yu Yangyu asked for Night Sorrow's opinion. Master, 13 will definitely be nervous and unaccustomed to following you. It's better for him to follow me. Aoi said with a smile. Yu Yangyu nodded with a smile. He also understood that Night Sorrow could be more casual in front of his senior brothers and senior sister and would be restrained if he followed him. Therefore, he agreed to Aoi's suggestion and told Gong Xian that the resource warehouse of Taixian Peak was open to Night Sorrow. This made Gong Xian and the others extremely envious. 13. I also wanted to refine pills in the past, but Master only allowed me to use the level 1 materials in the warehouse. Yang Lei slapped Night Sorrow's shoulder heavily. You? Aren't you embarrassed? How many materials did you waste? Yu Yangyu glared at Yang Lei. Yang Lei rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She knew she didn't have the talent. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow followed Aoi to the bamboo grove house. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, 13, Senior Sister's servants are all servants. I'll arrange a few pretty ones for you, but don't mess around. Aoi said after entering the bamboo grove house. Sixth Senior Sister, don't joke with me. I can take care of myself. Night Sorrow's face was a little red. Aoi arranged a bamboo building for Night Sorrow, then went to the resource hall to get a pill furnace and some level 1 materials for Night Sorrow. For the next few days, Night Sorrow practiced the myriad Tao Tome and Sacred Cauldron scripture at night. During the day, he practiced the Zhenyu hand and wind spear arts. Afterwards, Aoi would teach him about alchemy. After seeing Night Sorrow practice the Zhenyu hand and wind spear arts, Aoi was very shocked. Heaven Covering Hand was the ultimate skill of the Medicine Valley. This was something all the disciples of the Medicine Valley knew. However, there were too few people who could practice it. Even if they reached the 3rd stage or core condensation stage, they still couldn't practice it. Now, Night Sorrow was able to practice the extremely difficult rank 2 battle skill of the Medicine Valley. How could Aoi not be shocked? Aoi also found it hard to accept that Night Sorrow practiced the wind spear arts. The wind spear arts was a rank 2 battle skill. Not only could Night Sorrow practice it, but the wind spear arts completely changed Night Sorrow. Its power was several times stronger than before. This was because Night Sorrow's cultivation was still low. Once Night Sorrow's cultivation increased, even Aoi couldn't estimate the power of the wind spear arts. No wonder Master, who hasn't accepted a disciple for so many years, accepted you. You are too abnormal. This was the first time Aoi saw Night Sorrow practice the wind spear arts and concluded. Aoi was also confident that Night Sorrow would participate in the rookie competition. Night Sorrow's Shinyu hand and wind spear arts could definitely fight someone above his level. While teaching Night Sorrow how to identify the herbs, he took out his own Fey catalog and compared it with the book that Aoi gave him. This allowed Aoi to discover a treasure. She discovered that Night Sorrow's Fey catalog recorded more herbs and Feys than the Medicine Valley's book. She borrowed it from Night Sorrow and studied it for 2 days. In the end, she concluded that it was a rare treasure book. She quickly asked Night Sorrow where he got it. Night Sorrow could only say that he obtained it by accident. All right. Sixth senior sister admits that your luck is heaven-defying. She thinks that Master gave it to you. Then I will go find Master. Aoi said. Sixth senior sister, I also have a pill concoction manual. Do you want to see it? Night Sorrow hesitated for a moment before taking out Feng Chen's pill concoction manual. He felt that he shouldn't hide anything in front of a senior sister who treated him so well. After taking a look at the pill concoction manual, Aoi closed her eyes and handed it over to Night Sorrow. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the pill concoction manual? Night Sorrow asked with a frown. No, this is an inheritance from a predecessor. If you can obtain it, then this inheritance is yours. Senior sister doesn't think it is suitable. Aoi let out a sigh of relief. This pill concoction manual was very attractive to her, but she knew that it belonged to Night Sorrow. It wasn't suitable for her to study it. Senior sister, you think too much. Night Sorrow said with a smile. No, don't show it to others in the future. It is disrespectful to a senior. In the future, if senior sister encounters any problems in pill concoction, she will come to you for help. You can use this pill concoction manual to solve senior sister's problems. Aoi said to Night Sorrow. After letting Night Sorrow understand the basics of pill concoction for a few days, Aoi began to teach Night Sorrow how to concoct pills. The first pill she concocted was the lowest grade essence cultivation pill. The alchemy furnace that Qing Ji found for Yi Shang was a level 3 alchemy furnace, which could refine pills below level 4. There was an obvious difference between level 3 and level 4 pill concoction furnaces. Level 3 pill concoction furnaces and below had a spirit fire array at the bottom. Chapter 51. Aoi also gave Night Sorrow some spirit stones to activate the spirit fire array. With Aoi's explanation, Night Sorrow also knew that there were many different grades of spirit stones. Low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Low grade spirit stones were enough to refine level 1 and level 2 pills. Night Sorrow used half a day to refine pills for the first time, but he still failed. He refined a cauldron of black balls. He didn't make any mistakes in the process of refining, purifying, adding supplementary materials, and condensing. However, he didn't control the spirit fire array well and failed. Look at Chapter 6, Part 2 of the original chapter. Senior sister, do I not have the talent to refine pills? Night Sorrow said embarrassedly as he wiped the black dust off his face. Slap. Aoi gave Night Sorrow a slap. She rarely got angry like this. Only Yang Lei would do this kind of thing. Not talented. Continue refining for me. She yelled at Night Sorrow and left. Aoi couldn't describe her feelings. When she first started refining pills, she failed twice in refining, twice in purifying, and even more times in adding supplementary materials. After refining the first cauldron of pills, Aoi failed 8 or 9 times. Under these circumstances, Yu Yangyu and Tai Tsang both felt that her talent for refining pills was not bad. Night Sorrow's first attempt at refining pills was the last step. He actually said that she didn't have the talent. How could she not be excited? Night Sorrow's second attempt also failed. Seeing that Aoi wasn't here, Night Sorrow continued to refine pills for the third time. Luckily, he successfully refined a cauldron of Peiyuan pills in the evening. Night Sorrow took the Peiyuan pills to Aoi's bamboo house and showed them to Aoi. Emichim, did you fail again in the middle? Aoi asked. Aoi could calculate the time. I failed once. Sorry to disappoint you, senior sister, Night Sorrow said, somewhat embarrassed. You've just come into contact with alchemy. To succeed 3 times is not bad. Go back and cultivate your Zhen Qi. You can't delay your cultivation because of alchemy. You can study alchemy after you wake up tomorrow. Qin Ji held back the thought of praising Yi Shang and chased him away. After driving away Night Sorrow, Aoi took a big sip of tea. Teaching such a junior brother is really stressful. For the next half a month, Night Sorrow cultivated the Sage Cauldron scripture and the Myriad Tao tome at night and cultivated his combat skills and alchemy during the day. While his combat skills improved, Night Sorrow's alchemy skills also rose sharply. He no longer failed to refine Peiyuan pills and his speed was also much faster. He could refine a cauldron of Peiyuan pills in a little over 2 hours. One day, after Night Sorrow finished refining a cauldron of pills, Aoi, Yang Lei, and Mo Chen came to Night Sorrow's residence. 13. Did you give the servant some Peiyuan pills? Aoi asked. I gave some. It's useless to have too many, Night Sorrow said. Wastrel. What a wastrel. You have so many pills, can't you give some to Ninth Senior Sister? Ninth Senior Sister also has servants. Yang Lei stared at Night Sorrow and said. Does Ninth Senior Sister need them? Does 11th Senior Brother need them? Yi Shan walked to the cabinet behind him where the ingredients were stored and opened it. Inside the cabinet were densely packed bottles of elixirs. Damn! 13. Are you an alchemy machine? There are so many of them. Mo Chen took out a pill bottle and opened it. 6th Senior Sister said that practice makes perfect. Night Sorrow said. Aoi, Yang Lei, and Mo Chen stopped talking and looked at Night Sorrow. Aoi looked at Night Sorrow for a while and turned to Yang Lei and asked, Ninth Junior Sister, what do you think? Go to the Hall of Merit to exchange for ingredients or higher-level pills, or store them. Our Taishan Peak is recruiting new people next year, so we need a lot of Peiyuan pills, Yang Lei said after thinking for a while. It's a big difference to exchange for higher-level pills. We don't lack ingredients at Taishan Peak, so store them. Aoi nodded and said. Senior Sister, the quality of these pills isn't very good, so let's exchange them. The quality of the pills I'm refining now is better than the ones I refined before, Night Sorrow said after hesitating for a while. Let's exchange them. Don't you know that the more pills you have, the better? Join our Taishan Peak next year and we'll recruit 20 people. 1 pill per person per day, so we need 20 pills. Yang Lei stared at Night Sorrow. 20 pills is a matter of 2 hours. Besides, doesn't the main peak distribute the resources? Night Sorrow didn't understand. Let me see you refine a cauldron. I haven't seen you refine pills for a few days. Are you trying to turn the sky upside down? Aoi looked at Night Sorrow and said. A cauldron of Peiyuan pills was about 10 pills. She needed 2 hours to refine a cauldron of Peiyuan pills. Night Sorrow had only been learning alchemy for less than a month. She didn't believe that he could refine 20 pills in 2 hours. Taking out the cauldron, Night Sorrow began to refine pills. Looking at the red spiritual fire, Aoi frowned. The stronger the fire, the harder it was to control it. She was worried that Night Sorrow would be too hasty. However, the problem she was worried about didn't appear in Yi Shang's case. Yi Shang was very steady in preparing the herbs, concocting the concoction, purifying it, adding supplementary materials, condensing it, and finally forming the pill. In 2 hours, a cauldron of Peiyuan pills came out. Holding the Peiyuan pills refined by Night Sorrow, Aoi nodded. All done in one go. They're all high-grade pills. I have nothing to say. 13. You're now a Stage 1 cultivator. There's no need to continue refining Stage 1 pills at this level. Yang Lei said. She didn't want to delay Night Sorrow's cultivation because of alchemy. Didn't 6th Senior Sister say that practice makes perfect? Night Sorrow didn't understand Yang Lei's meaning. From now on, focus on cultivation. Refine 1 cauldron of Peiyuan pills every day. If you have nothing to do, study other stage 1 pills. Aoi also made the arrangements. Then she left with Yang Lei and Imo Chin. A few days later, Yu Yangyu found out about Night Sorrow's alchemy and came to take a look. His advice was the same as Aoi's. An alchemist's advancement was similar to a cultivator's advancement. Without the support of cultivation, it was impossible to refine high-grade pills. He told Night Sorrow to put more effort into his chi cultivation. After cultivating for another 2 days, Night Sorrow's cultivation reached a bottleneck. It was the myriad Dao tome that reached the bottleneck first, the 5th level of the blood refining realm. The sacred cauldron scripture also reached the peak of the 7th level of the chi refining realm. The 5th level of the blood refining realm required opening the dragon tendons, which were the tendons in the back. The 6th level required opening the tendons in the 4 limbs. After swallowing 2 blood essence pills, Night Sorrow stopped cultivating the sacred cauldron scripture and began to focus on breaking through the myriad Dao tome. He opened all the meridians in his body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After an hour, Night Sorrow swallowed the 2 blood essence pills in his mouth. After the blood essence pills melted, they produced a huge amount of energy. After guiding the energy into the dragon tendons and neck, Night Sorrow directed the energy in the neck to the tendons in his arms. The energy in the dragon tendons then rushed toward his legs. This rush caused Night Sorrow's body to tremble. The energy entering his meridians was extremely painful, so he didn't succeed this time. Controlling his emotions, Night Sorrow tried again, but he still failed. This made him understand that opening the tendons in the 4 limbs wasn't as easy as opening the dragon tendons and neck. After failing twice, Night Sorrow knew that he couldn't force it. He changed his train of thought and directed the energy in his body towards a target. Night Sorrow's first target was his left arm. He circulated all the energy in his body into his left arm. Following an explosive sound, Night Sorrow's sleeve was like a mouse running around. The energy flowed back and forth, opening up his meridians. Chapter 52. Night Sorrow's first target was his left arm. He circulated all the energy in his body into his left arm. Following a loud explosion, Night Sorrow's sleeve seemed to have a mouse running around. The energy surged back and forth and his tendons and veins opened up. After stabilizing his mind, Night Sorrow started to attack his right arm. This was a difficult process. Attacking his tendons and veins was as painful as being interrupted by someone else. Night Sorrow clenched his teeth and endured it. After opening his left and right arms, Yishang began to work on his legs. After 4 hours, Yishang managed to open the veins in his 4 limbs and cultivate the myriad Dao tome to the 6th layer of the blood refining realm. When Night Sorrow came out of his room, his entire body was soaked. His previous breakthroughs were definitely not as difficult as this one. What happened to you? Aoi came to the courtyard and asked Night Sorrow when she saw him in such a sorry state. The 2 of them ate together every day. It was already noon, but Night Sorrow didn't go over. Aoi came over to take a look. She was shocked to see Night Sorrow in such a state. Nothing. It's just that cultivating is a bit tiring. I'll go over there and take a bath. Night Sorrow nodded to Aoi and walked towards the small stream in the bamboo grove. Looking at Night Sorrow's back, Aoi fell into deep thought. She could see that Night Sorrow's cultivation hadn't increased, but his blood and chi had become much more vigorous. After taking a bath, Yishang felt refreshed. He felt carefree and unrestrained. 13. Go eat something first. Aoi said. Aoi brought Night Sorrow to her pavilion and gave Night Sorrow a bowl of porridge. Night Sorrow had asked Aoi why she still had to make her own food every day when eating fasting pills could solve her physical problems. Qingji's answer was 10,000 laws of nature. As long as it wasn't cultivation, and unless it was necessary, a simple meal was still good. Qingji's words made Yi Shang understand that this was a problem of the state of mind. Senior sister, do you have something on your mind? Nate Sorrow asked Aoi. /SC original initials, I went to see my master today. He was in a bad mood. The Golden Flame sect came to collect resources, Aoi said. Golden Flame sect? Isn't our Medicine Valley the most powerful force within 100,000 miles? Night Sorrow asked in confusion. The most powerful force. You don't understand the situation, so I'll explain it to you. Aoi put down her bowl and chopsticks and told Night Sorrow about the situation in the Eastern Xian Domain and the East Black Continent. The Eastern Xian Domain covered an area of tens of millions of miles and had 7 superforces. They were the Holy Light Sect, the Thunder Rumbling Sect, the Red Cloud Sect, the Freedom Sect, the Star Cloud Sect, the Golden Flame Sect, and the Southern Dipper Sect. The Medicine Valley was only the middle level of a first-rate force, not even the top level. It was a force that belonged to the Golden Flame Sect. Every year, it had to hand over some resources to the Golden Flame Sect. In recent years, the Golden Flame Sect had increased the collection of resources from the affiliated sects in order to expand their power. 30% of the annual income of the Medicine Valley and various resources had to be handed over to the Golden Flame Sect. Night Sorrow felt suffocated. It had been a while since he joined the Medicine Valley. He didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Medicine Valley, but it was different for the Taishan Peak. The Taishan Peak was like his home. Now that the Medicine Valley and the Taishan Peak were humiliated, of course he felt uncomfortable. Why can't our Medicine Valley become a superforce? What are the prerequisites? If we don't change and continue to be oppressed, it will be difficult for us to compete with others in the future, Night Sorrow said. Why? It's because of the inheritance, Aoi said. After listening to Aoi's explanation, Night Sorrow understood what was going on. Ordinary forces in the East Black Continent were at their peak one day and would be destroyed the next. They rose and fell like clouds and dogs. The Medicine Valley had always been standing strong. This had to do with the Medicine Valley's integrity. Many cultivators needed pills, so they wouldn't easily provoke the Medicine Valley. Most importantly, the Medicine Valley had existed for less than the 7 superforces. It couldn't become a superforce because the inheritance of the Medicine Valley had been broken. The sacred cauldron scripture was lost. A long time ago, a group of foreign cultivators suddenly appeared in the Medicine Valley. The ancestors of the Medicine Valley came out and fought with these foreign cultivators. The battle was fierce, and in the end, all the foreign cultivators were killed. All the high-level cultivators of the Medicine Valley died in the battle, and the sacred cauldron scripture was lost. The sacred cauldron scripture was copied by a disciple at the time based on his own cultivation. Where did those cultivators from the other side come from? Yi Shan asked. According to the sacred cauldron scripture, they appeared in Taichuan. But who knows where Taichuan is? However, there is one thing that I don't understand. According to the sacred cauldron scripture, the Medicine Valley had discovered that there was something wrong with Taichuan and sent out experts to guard it. However, when the incident happened, the old ancestor guarding Taichuan did not appear. Aoi slowly explained to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow somewhat understood. The bottomless ravine behind the Taishan Peak might be Taichuan. Feng Chen was the guardian of the Medicine Valley in Taichuan. When the incident happened in the past, Feng Chen might have died because he was contaminated by the netherworld qi. I seem to have understood a little. Night Sorrow said. During that battle, almost all the experts of the Medicine Valley died. There is no cultivator above the void inquiry stage in the Medicine Valley. The survivors wrote the sacred cauldron scripture based on their own cultivation. Compared to the original sacred cauldron scripture, Let alone the sacred cauldron scripture, even the heavenly cauldron scripture is incomplete. Therefore, it is very difficult to cultivate to the 5th level in the Medicine Valley. Those who can reach the 5th level are all people with peerless talent who relied on their own comprehension. Aoi explained to Night Sorrow. Senior Martial Sister, don't worry. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Who knows, we might find the sacred cauldron scripture one day. Night Sorrow said with a smile. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was not appropriate to talk about the sacred cauldron scripture. If it was appropriate to talk about it, Yu Yangyu would do it. At this moment, in a pavilion behind the Pill Cauldron Peak, Yu Yangyu and the old man in sackcloth were sitting opposite each other. Yangyu, you haven't come to Martial Uncle's place for many years. Is there something wrong? That hidden place is not a big deal. Don't mind it. The old man in sackcloth, who was also the great elder, said. Martial Uncle, I didn't come for that. Yu Yangyu reached out his hand and passed the sacred cauldron scripture to the great elder. When his eyes swept across the sacred cauldron scripture, the old man immediately stood up. The loose muscles on his face were trembling. This is... Yes. This is the original. Yu Yangyu nodded. The old man in sackcloth sat down and opened the sacred cauldron scripture with his trembling hands. After looking at it for a while, he closed his eyes. Looking at his undulating chest, one could tell that he was not calm. There is hope for the Medicine Valley to rise again. There is hope for it to rise again. Yangyu, what do you want? If you want to enter the consecration hall, I can do that. But what about the Taishan Peak? The old man in sackcloth was a little agitated. His voice was trembling. Martial Uncle, don't be so agitated. I didn't find this sacred cauldron scripture. It was 13 who found it. Yu Yangyu said. Your 13th disciple, Night Sorrow. That little guy is not bad. He even has great luck. Amazing. The old man in sackcloth nodded. Chapter 53. It's simple. In the Medicine Valley, we'll give him whatever resources he needs. We'll agree to whatever requests he has. This is my token. Give it to him, the old man said without hesitation. At the same time, he handed a red token to Yu Yangyu. He won't go overboard. One more thing, I've made a copy of the Holy Cauldron scripture for Night Sorrow. I think it's only right. In addition, 2 of my disciples have reached the peak of rank 4 and need the Heavenly Cauldron scripture of the Holy Cauldron scripture. Can you teach it to them? Yu Yangyu asked after receiving the token. It's only right. However, let Night Sorrow keep it safe. It's best if he remembers to destroy it. The other peaks in the Medicine Valley are all mixed up. Practicing the orthodox Holy Cauldron scripture is easy to be leaked. You need to be very careful. However, your Taishan Peak is not a problem. The old man nodded. Thank you, Master. Yu Yangyu nodded. I won't agree to it. I don't believe that you won't make a copy. The old man glanced at Yu Yangyu and put away the Holy Cauldron scripture. Yu Yangyu smiled and nodded. He had already made a copy. Whether the Medicine Valley agreed or not, he would pass it to his disciples. After chatting with Yu Yangyu for a while, the old man in the linen asked him to leave. He had to go to the worship pagoda and tell the great elder about this matter. The great elder in the worship pagoda needed the Holy Cauldron scripture very much. After returning to the Taishan Peak, Yu Yangyu summoned his disciples, elders, and vice-sect leaders to the Taishan Hall. He also ordered that no one should go near the Taishan Hall. After entering the Taishan Hall, Night Sorrow discovered that he was the youngest and had the lowest seniority. The chairs beside Yu Yangyu were also filled with people. After drinking a cup of tea, Yu Yangyu said, "Today, I gathered everyone here to talk about a few things. To sum it up, we, the Medicine Valley, have found the Holy Cauldron Sutra. Or rather, we, the Taishan Peak, have found the Holy Cauldron Sutra. Therefore, we, the Taishan Peak, have the priority to cultivate it." "Big brother, what did you say?" "Holy Cauldron Scripture." Tai Tsang looked at Yu Yangyu in surprise. "Yes, it's the Holy Cauldron Scripture. Those who haven't reached level 5 will be able to learn the Orthodox Scripture. Those who have reached level 5 won't have to grope their way through the river." Yu Yangyu nodded. Genuine Zero Starter Z, senior brother, where did you find it?" An old man looked at Yu Yangyu excitedly. "I didn't find it. It was 13. This matter must be kept a secret. 13, this is the Great Elder's token. However, as your master, I hope that you won't use it. It's meaningless to rely on someone else's name to show off." Yu Yangyu handed the old man's red token to Night Sorrow. "I understand." After receiving the token, Night Sorrow nodded. The Holy Cauldron Scripture is an absolute secret. Whoever reveals it is no longer a member of the Taishan Peak, Yu Yangyu said. Gong Xian and the others bowed. They all understood the importance of this matter. Otherwise, Yu Yangyu wouldn't have said such harsh words. "Gong Xian, old Joe, come find me later. Mo Chen, take 13 to Danding City's Tianji Tower to accept a mission. Staying at Taishan Peak can only increase your cultivation. You won't be able to fight. Remember, you don't have to fight unless it's a matter of life and death." Yu Yangyu gave a series of instructions. After listening to Yu Yangyu's arrangements, Night Sorrow didn't know what mission he was going to accept. However, he understood what was going on with Gong Xian and Yang Lei. It seemed that their cultivation had reached the point where they needed the Holy Cauldron Scripture. Night Sorrow believed that the two had reached the peak of level 4. After listening to Yu Yangyu's instructions, Gong Xian led his juniors out of the Taishan Hole. Mo Chen, look after 13, Gong Xian said to Mo Chen. "Don't worry, big senior brother. I'll skin anyone who doesn't know their place," Mo Chen said with a smile. "Calculate the time. 13 will be participating in this year's newcomer competition. Also, bring medicinal pills and resources." "We can't delay 13's cultivation," Yang Lei said to Mo Chen. After chatting for a while, Mo Chen followed Night Sorrow to the bamboo grove hut to pack up. They had to do what Yu Yangyu asked them to do immediately. Night Sorrow didn't have much to pack. He just put the alchemy materials that Aoi had prepared for him into his storage ring. His storage belt was filled with the wine that he had stored at Uncle Nyo's house. While Night Sorrow was packing, Aoi appeared with her maidservants. Each maidservant carried a jug of wine. 13, I know you like to drink wine. These are 100 herb wine and azure blood wine, Aoi said as she asked the maidservants to put down the wine jugs. 6th senior sister, you're biased. You've never given me wine before, Mo Chen said. Scram. Do you need to be taken care of? Aoi glared at Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He could only listen after being scolded by his senior sister. After packing up, Night Sorrow and Mo Chen left. Night Sorrow and Mo Chen sat on the golden-winged eagle. Mo Chen explained what this mission was all about. There was a Tianji Tower in the eastern Xian region. Tianji Tower would issue some missions. Martial artists could complete these missions and receive some rewards. Tianji Tower had branches in every major city in the eastern Xian region. It wasn't a super force, but the 7 super forces definitely wouldn't provoke it. First of all, Tianji Tower didn't participate in power struggles. They didn't fight for territory with the 7 super forces, so there was no conflict of interest. Furthermore, Tianji Tower was very powerful. It wasn't wise to provoke them. They could casually issue a bounty, and countless martial artists would go and complete the mission. Tianji Tower had a strict hierarchy. It issued tokens to martial artists according to their level. The lowest level was the Iron Token, Bronze Token, Silver Token, Gold Token, and the very rare Extreme Emperor Token. Yu Yangyu didn't let Knight Sorrow do the mission for the sake of the rewards. His main purpose was to let Knight Sorrow practice combat. Half a day later, the two arrived at Danding City. Mo Chen brought Knight Sorrow to a relatively luxurious inn. 11th Master, you're here. Seeing Mo Chen, the inn's manager came out and greeted him. This is 13th Master. Mo Chen introduced Yi Shang to the innkeeper. Subordinate Zhang Dekang greets 13th Master. The manager bowed to Knight Sorrow. This inn is one of the properties of Taishan Peak. When you come here in the future, just show your identity token. Don't worry about anything else. Arrange 2 of the best rooms for us. After introducing Knight Sorrow, Mo Chen let Zhang Dekang lead the way. The 12 peaks of the Medicine Valley each had their own properties. They were all managed by some experienced servant disciples. Zhang Dekang used to be a servant under Wu Qi. Mo Chen often came here, so he knew who Zhang Dekang was. You take a rest first. We'll go to Tianji Tower after we eat something. Mo Chen said to Knight Sorrow. Senior brother, it's okay. I'm not tired. Knight Sorrow said. Okay. You look like you're in a hurry. Let's go there now. Tianyu and Xiao Jin can stay here and let the manager feed them. Mo Chen looked at the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu in the courtyard of the inn. Before they left, Knight Sorrow told Tianyu that Tianyu wouldn't listen to him. Chapter 54. Flying demonic beasts were forbidden in Danding City. This was a rule from a long time ago, mainly for the sake of safety. The city was close to the wilderness, so demonic beasts were bound to invade. The demonic beasts on the ground would have time to organize a defense, but flying demonic beasts were more dangerous and needed to be controlled in advance. Therefore, flying demonic beasts were not allowed in the city. Danding City was thousands of miles wide, so it was very inconvenient to walk back and forth in the city. Fortunately, there were beast carriages to travel. After exiting the inn, they found a beast carriage and rushed towards the place where the Extreme Heaven Tower was located. Only one, F_genuine edition, others $9 are pirated editions. After about 2 hours, the two finally arrived at the Tianji Tower near the mayor's mansion. The Tianji Tower's pavilion was very imposing, almost comparable to the mayor's mansion. 2 strange beast statues were guarding the door. Knight Sorrow recognized them at a glance. They were ferocious spirit beasts with ancient bloodlines. They were called Yifun. Come, let's go in. Mo Chen brought Yi Shang through the gate of the Extreme Celestial Tower. Entering the main hall of the Celestial Terminus Tower, a tall woman wearing a tight purple dress came. Her black hair draped down to her waist, and her eyes were like autumn waves that could see through one's heart. This woman could be said to be an outstanding beauty, capable of causing the downfall of countries and people. However, Knight Sorrow took a step back. He could feel that this woman was dangerous. 13. Mo Chen looked at Knight Sorrow. He felt that the moment the woman came up, Knight Sorrow's muscles tightened, ready to fight. I'm fine. Knight Sorrow's body trembled, and the reincarnation spear on his back was in a position where it could be used at any time. The woman looked at Mo Chen and asked, Tianji Tower is at your service. May I ask what grade of token do you have? Give my junior martial brother a black iron token. I have a bronze token. Mo Chen took out his Qingtong token and showed it to the woman. This way, please. The woman in the purple dress brought Mo Chen to a private room on the 2nd floor. She first asked about Knight Sorrow's identity, then got up and left to apply for a black iron order for Night Sorrow. Junior brother, what's wrong? Emo-chan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. When the purple-clothed woman appeared, Night Sorrow's state changed. This woman is dangerous, Night Sorrow said. Well, the staff of Tianji Tower are not simple. I can't see through this woman's cultivation. The previous staff were not like this. Emo-chan was also a little confused. What's senior brother's cultivation? Night Sorrow asked. In the past, Night Sorrow would not ask about such things. Now, he wanted to estimate the cultivation level of this woman. Peak Stage 3, Emo-chan said. If that's the case, then this woman's cultivation is at least Stage 4. How can a staff member of Tianji Tower have such a terrifying cultivation? Night Sorrow was shocked. That's not right. It wasn't like this before. This woman is indeed very mysterious, Emo-chan said after thinking for a while. Emo-chan looked at Night Sorrow and said, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have thought much of it. Isn't it nonsense for a person above Stage 4 to be an ordinary staff member? 11th senior brother, I don't understand what you're saying, but I feel that she is very dangerous. Just now, she was hostile towards me and could have threatened my life, Night Sorrow said. Don't worry. Tianji Tower is very law-abiding. Besides, this is Danding City. They won't mess around, Emo-chan said. In a room on the first floor of Tianji Tower, the purple-clothed woman looked out the window and drank tea. Beside her, an old man was busy recording something. The purple-clothed woman said to the old man, this Yishang is worthy of being recorded. His cultivation base is pitifully low, but his essence, energy, and spirit are not to be underestimated. In addition, his vigilance is extremely high. Just now, he had only probed a little before he made preparations to attack. Okay. The old man stood up and nodded. Then, the woman took the black iron order and went to the room where Emo-chan and Night Sorrow were. She placed the black iron order in front of Night Sorrow. Are the two of you here to accept a mission or to give a mission? The purple-clothed woman asked, but her eyes fell on Night Sorrow more often than not. How should I address you? Emo-chan asked. Just call me Sikong. The purple-clothed woman nodded slightly. Well, this is my junior brother. He wants to do some missions. Can you show us the black iron missions? Emo-chan asked. Sikong touched her waist and a few beast parchments appeared in her hand. She placed a black one in front of Night Sorrow and Emo-chan. After looking at it, Night Sorrow chose a mission to kill a bloodthirsty wolf. The bloodthirsty wolf was a demonic beast at the peak of rank 1. The difficulty of the mission was that bloodthirsty wolves lived in packs. Some time ago, a bloodthirsty wolf attacked a caravan. The wife of a medicinal merchant was killed by a bloodthirsty wolf, so the medicinal merchant offered a reward. After choosing, Night Sorrow continued to look. He saw another mission that was more suitable for him. It was to go to the Black Forest Mountain to collect black iron grass. Black iron grass was a low-grade material, but it was needed for alchemy and weapon forging. After choosing these two missions, Night Sorrow handed the mission blueprint to Sikong. The requirement to kill a bloodthirsty wolf is 1 month. There is no time limit for collecting black iron grass. The purple-clothed woman, Sikong, said after receiving the mission blueprint. Thank you for telling me. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Sikong. If there is nothing else, I will go back to work. You can enjoy your tea here. Sikong nodded at Night Sorrow and left. Junior brother, you're right. This woman isn't an ordinary staff member. I can confirm that she's not wearing a treasure to hide her cultivation. Her cultivation is higher than mine. Emo-chan said with certainty. When I came in, I also saw the other staff members. Those women were very humble. Although this purple-clothed woman was also very polite, her pride was still there. She was just being polite to us. She did not hurt her dignity. Night Sorrow nodded. You are right. You observed very carefully. This woman's temperament is not something that can be cultivated in a short time. She is definitely from a big family. Let's not care about this. Let's go back and see how to complete the mission. Emo-chan stood up and left the room with Night Sorrow. The two of them left the room and went out of Tianji Tower. 13. Wait for me here. I'll go call for a beast carriage. Emo-chan went to call for a beast carriage after instructing Yishang. The flow of people in Tianji Tower was very large, but beast carriages were not allowed to stop near the gate. Yishang's mind was still filled with the image of the purple-clothed woman, Sikong. Sikong was too beautiful, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Her tall and curvy body was very tempting, but Yishang wasn't thinking about that. He felt that Sikong was young, but to be able to cultivate to the 4th level, her strength was definitely terrifying. Hey, you country bumpkin is also here. A very frivolous voice interrupted Night Sorrow's thoughts. Looking up, Night Sorrow saw Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and a few other youths. Glancing at Qin Hai, Night Sorrow did not speak. He was too lazy to deal with people like Qin Hai. It is easy to die doing a mission here at the 7th level of Qi refining. I think you should go back to Taishan Peak and obediently feed your tamed beasts. Looking at Night Sorrow, Qin Hai said with a smile. Chapter 55. Looking up, Night Sorrow saw Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and a few other young men. Glancing at Qin Hai, Night Sorrow didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to deal with people like Qin Hai. Looking at Night Sorrow, Qin Hai said with a smile, 7th Qi refining stage, doing a mission here is easy to die. I think you should go back to Taishan Peak and obediently feed your tamed beasts. In the Medicine Valley, those who passed the test would become outer disciples after entering the sect. After that, they would temper their temperament. Normally, they would feed the tamed beasts and clean the mountain gate with the servants. Junior brother Qin, why are you talking to a guy who feeds his tamed beasts? He's born a lowly bastard. He won't have any future. A young man in a brocade robe standing beside Qin Zhan said. What did you say? Night Sorrow was furious. His right hand grabbed the reincarnation spear from his back and directly held it in his hand. Night Sorrow could tolerate normal insults, but to insult his parents, whom he had never met, Night Sorrow couldn't tolerate it. I said you're a lowly bastard. Don't you understand? The young man in brocade robe said with a smile. You're courting death. Night Sorrow's body trembled. He waved his right hand and was about to attack. Just as Night Sorrow was about to attack, a figure appeared in front of Night Sorrow and blocked his attack. It was Emo-chan. Emo-chan came back and blocked Night Sorrow's attack. Senior brother, get out of the way. Night Sorrow's eyes emitted a cold light and was about to attack again. Let me do it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Emo-chan patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Who are you? The young man in brocade robe looked at Emo-chan with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to kneel down and apologize. The other is to die. Emo-chan said coldly. He also wanted to attack now, but Danding City had its own rules. Aside from the battle arena and the martial arts arena, no fighting was allowed in the city. Do you know who I am? My grandfather is the city lord of Danding City, Aoyushan. In this city, only I can kill others. Do you understand? The young man in the brocade robe smiled when he heard Emo-chan's words. At the same time, he waved his hand behind him. There were several guards behind him. Aoyushan, do you think I'm afraid of him? Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize now, not only will you die, but before you die, I will let you see the scene of your grandfather being pulled down from his position as the city lord. Chen coldly looked at the brocade-robed young man, Yushan's grandson, Ao Lai. Qin Zhan looked at Chen and said, "This one, aren't your words a bit too much?" Scram. Do you have the right to speak? Chen threw out a word. Go to the city lord's mansion and call for people. Ao Lai instructed the guard behind him. Seeing that Qin Zhan was being scolded, he felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. My master is Tianyue Peak's Luo Daoyuan. Who are you? Unable to see through Chen's cultivation, Qin Zhan suppressed his anger and began to probe Chen's background. What happened to Luo Daoyuan? Isn't it enough to use him to scare me? Didn't you go to the city lord's mansion to call for people? Then I'll wait. 13. Let's see how your senior brother will vent your anger today. Chen patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said. Qin Hai looked at Night Sorrow and said, Night Sorrow, it's enough. Let's settle the matter between us. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Night Sorrow pointed his reincarnation spirit Ao Lai and said, originally, it was a matter between the two of us. I'm too lazy to care about you because of your cheap mouth. However, he insulted my parents. As long as I'm alive, this matter won't end. Chen pointed his finger at Qin Hai and Ao Lai and said, it's fine. Didn't 13 and the others have cheap mouths? Didn't they think that their backing was strong? Let's meet their backing first and then deal with them. Night Sorrow wasn't someone who would suffer losses. Similarly, Chen was also such a person. Now that Qin Hai and Ao Lai were bullying them, the two of them naturally couldn't tolerate it. Soon, a large number of guards from the city lord's mansion arrived. The people from Tianji Tower also realized that there was a problem. Some staff members were standing at the entrance. Sikong, who was wearing a purple silk dress, even went down the stairs to Night Sorrow and Chao's side. Do you need help? You can help. Isn't Tianji Tower not involved in any conflicts? Chen looked at Sikong with some surprise. It's not involved. However, it's not a problem to invite you in for a cup of tea or something. Sikong said with a smile. Sikong, you still don't understand. They are looking for trouble and insulted my junior brother. It's not over for us. How can we run away? Chen said with a shake of his head. Thank you for your hospitality. Night Sorrow also cupped his hands towards Sikong. It's nothing. It seems that you two hit it off quite well. Sikong said and returned to the stairs. You dare to cause trouble here. You must be tired of living. Take them all back. Following a loud roar, a young man wearing armor appeared with the city guards. Lu Sanhu, if you dare to make a move, I'll take your head. Chen turned his head and looked at the young man in armor. 11. Martial Uncle. Seeing Chen clearly, the young man stuttered. Scram and stand to the side. Or, go and call for someone who can make the decision. Chen scolded coldly and continued to look at Qin Hai and Ao Lai. Lu Sanhu shrunk his neck and stood aside. He knew Chen. He used to be an outer disciple of Danding Peak. Due to his outstanding performance, he was sent to Danding City to be the commander of the city guards. It was a training experience. He knew how fierce and hard to deal with the disciples of Taishan Peak were. Go and call my grandpa. Ao Lai said to a guard behind him. Add unique J original version 0 square root, its square root other VO all 6, is hashtag pirated version J. More and more city guards appeared and surrounded the place. 13. Are you afraid that we will be chopped up today? Chen patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said with a smile. No. We've caused trouble for senior brother. Night Sorrow saw that the situation had escalated and knew that he had caused trouble for Emo-chin. We are brothers for a lifetime. If we are chopped up, then they will have to chop up our senior first. If they chop us up, then someone will chop them up tomorrow. I dare to guarantee that there won't be anyone left alive in the AO clan. Emo-chin said with killing intent. It's nothing. Killing one is enough. The rest is earned. Night Sorrow said. Emo-chin put one hand on Night Sorrow's shoulder and looked at Ao Lai with a smile. Soon, another group of people arrived. There were a few old men in front. The leader was an old man in a brocade robe. What's going on? The old man asked after he arrived. Grandpa, they want to kill me. Ao Lai came to the old man. The old man glanced at Ao Lai and then came to Night Sorrow and Emo-chin. Emo-chin. What's going on? The old man, Ao Yushan, frowned and asked. Elder Ao, shall we settle today's matter according to Medicine Valley's rules or Danding City's? Emo-chin asked. Ao Lai, how did you offend your 11th uncle? Ao Yushan glared at Ao Lai. What? Ao Lai was dumbfounded. He had expected his grandfather Ao Yushan to show up and deal with Emo-chin and Yushan forcefully, but that didn't happen. Emo-chin, the young ones don't know any better. Just let it go. Ao Yushan said with a smile. Elder Ao, if someone insulted your parents, would you let it go? This is the first time I've heard of someone insulting their parents. Emo-chin sneered. Bastard, why aren't you apologizing? Ao Yushan heard Emo-chin's words and scolded Ao Lai. Ao Lai walked to Ao Yushan. Grandpa, I have no conflict with this uncle. It was him who stood up for him and bullied the Ao family. Ao Lai looked at Night Sorrow and said. Chapter 56. Listen carefully, this is my junior brother, the last disciple of my master. My junior brother was humiliated, and you say I'm standing up for him. Emo-chin turned around and slapped Ao Lai's face. Bully your Ao clan. How dare you make irresponsible remarks? Now I'm the one bullying your Ao clan. Ao Yushan's eyes twitched, but he didn't make a move. Brat, I said 2 options just now. Now I'll say it again in front of your grandfather. Either kneel down and apologize, or die. Emo-chin held the long sword in his hand. Seeing Emo-chin take out the long sword, Ao Yushan hurriedly protected Ao Lai by his side. Very well. Elder Ao, your cultivation is higher than mine, your seniority is higher than mine, and you have more men than me. Today I'm going to kill him. Let's see how you're going to stop me. City guards of Danding City, listen carefully. I'm Emo-chin of Taishian Peak. Today I'm going to deal with my master's affairs. If you interfere, don't blame me for being merciless. Emo-chin shook his wrist and unsheathed his long sword. The moment Emo-chin unsheathed his long sword, Night Sorrow made his move. He shook his right hand and performed the reincarnation spear art. He directly stabbed at Ao Lai's throat from the side of Ao Yushan. The reincarnation spear stabbed forward at an extremely fast speed, making a sharp whistling sound. Emo-chin was stunned. He didn't plan to make a move now. He knew that Ao Yushan wouldn't dare to make a move. However, since Night Sorrow made a move, he had no choice but to make a move. He swung his sword between Ao Yushan and Ao Lai to stop Ao Yushan. He wasn't stopping Ao Yushan from helping, but he was stopping Ao Yushan from hurting Night Sorrow. Ao Yushan's expression changed. He also unsheathed his long sword and swung it at Emo-chin's long sword. Ao Lai was still in shock and didn't react. However, one of the guards who came with Ao Yushan reacted and blocked Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear with the saber in his hand. Knight Zoro's spear didn't change and continued to stab forward. At the same time, the true chi in his dantian exploded, performing the 12th layer vibration force. Ka! The saber of this bodyguard in the 7th layer of element gathering tier blocked Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear. Just as he was about to withdraw his saber and change his move, the vibrating force of Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear arrived and struck his saber. Ding! With a crisp sound, the guard lost his grip on his saber and was sent flying by Knight Zoro's spear. Knight Zoro sent the saber in the guard's hand flying with a single strike. With a stomp of his feet, he dashed forward and thrust his reincarnation spear at the guard's throat. In his panic, the guard punched the tip of the reincarnation spear and the body of the spear with his right hand. Retreat! In your dreams. Knight Zoro unleashed the second wave of shock force. Wang! The guard's fist smashed onto Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear. The reincarnation spear vibrated rapidly and produced a buzzing sound, shaking off the guard's fist and right arm. The tip of the reincarnation spear left a bloody wound on his chest. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his stomach would have been cut open. After forcing the guard to retreat, Knight Zoro twisted his right arm and changed the direction of the reincarnation spear, thrusting towards Ao Lai. His target was Ao Lai's throat. It was fine if he didn't attack, but if he did, he had to kill him with a single strike. Ao Lai pulled out his long sword and slashed towards Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear. Knight Zoro didn't change his spear. He thrust his right hand forward and raised his left hand at the same time. A light cyan vortex of true chi appeared on his palm. Knight Zoro planned to use mountain suppression hand to kill Ao Lai after using wind-chasing spear technique. He was worried that something would happen to Mo Chin, so he wanted to end the battle quickly. Ao Lai's long sword was like a joke in front of Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear. It was directly shaken off and flew high into the air. Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear continued towards Ao Lai's throat. At this moment, a guard stepped out and pulled Ao Lai to one side. He wasn't a city guard of Danding City, but a guard of the Ao clan. As he pulled the guard away, he used his saber to shake off Knight Zoro's reincarnation spear. Knight Zoro rushed forward. As he withdrew his reincarnation spear, his left hand struck out towards this guard. This guard blocked Knight Zoro's path of attack towards Ao Lai. This guard didn't have time to use his saber, so he used his left hand to punch Knight Zoro's left hand. He was in the 7th layer of element gathering tier, so he didn't believe that he couldn't stop Knight Zoro. Pang! With a muffled sound, Knight Zoro was pushed back by this guard's punch. However, this guard was in an even worse state. His left hand was badly mutilated, and he knew very well that his finger bones were shattered. Take a look at Zhang 5 Chapter 5k. Knight Zoro, who was pushed back, shook his feet and once again rushed towards Ao Lai with his spear. Stop. Let's do as you say. Hurry up and tell him to stop. Ao Yushan was anxious. He could see that Knight Zoro had gone crazy and that Ao Lai couldn't hold on. Knight Zoro, stop first. If they don't give a satisfactory answer, we'll continue to fight. Mo Chin stopped attacking Ao Yushan and blocked Knight Zoro with a flash of his body. Give me a little more time, and I'll be able to kill him. Knight Zoro wiped the corner of his mouth and stared at Ao Lai. Just now, he was pushed back by the guard's punch, so his internal organs were still shaken to a certain extent. Mo Chin nodded. He knew that his senior brothers and sisters were quite ruthless, but this junior brother was even more ruthless. He was going to kill Ao Lai. Junior brother, what's the matter? Mo Chin looked at Knight Zoro and asked. Nothing. Knight Zoro shook his head, but his eyes were still fixed on Aolai. At this moment, Aolai was a little scared. He was afraid of Night Sorrow's madness. He felt that Night Sorrow was even more ferocious than a demonic beast. He had hunted demonic beasts before, and right now, Night Sorrow's eyes were scarier than a demonic beast's. Elder Ao, if something happens to my 13th junior brother, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Seeing the blood on Night Sorrow's mouth, Emo-chan was really angry. Aolai, come over and kneel down. Apologize to your 13th uncle. Ao Yushan's face was ashen. He knew that this matter would soon spread throughout Danding City. He had lost face. Fight to the death. They could defeat Emo-chan and Night Sorrow now, but the consequences would be severe. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. The people from Taishan Peak would soon arrive, and the Ao family would no longer exist. Aolai hadn't calmed down yet. Just now, he felt that death was very close to him. When he heard Ao Yushan's words, his knees went soft and he knelt down in front of Night Sorrow. Uncle, I was wrong. Junior brother, what do you think? Emo-chan looked at Night Sorrow. Today, I gave face to my senior brother. In the future, if anyone dares to humiliate my family and the people around me, if I don't die, then he will die. Night Sorrow said coldly. His words were filled with killing intent. He was really angry about this matter. Brat, open your eyes wider in the future. Don't mess around. 13th uncle, let's go. Emo-chan waved at Night Sorrow. To tell you the truth, I don't care about your apology. I really want to kill you. The tip of the reincarnation spear pointed at Aolai. Then, he followed Emo-chan into the beast carriage behind. What a disgrace. Ao Yushan kicked Aolai, causing him to tumble. Then, he left with his people. Today, he was really angry. Since he couldn't vent his anger, he could only give his grandson a kick. The show is over. My blood is boiling. Sikong turned and entered a room on the first floor of Tianji Tower. Then, an old man came in. Sir, are you interested in that Night Sorrow? The old man looked at Sikong's back and asked. 7th layer of Qi refining. He knocked away the weapon of a self-cultivator in the late stage of elemental gathering more than once. This guy is really heaven-defying. Sikong seemed to be talking to himself. Is it because of that spear? The old man asked. Chapter 57. Enforcer Dong, you're wrong about that. Let's not talk about his spear art. Did you notice his palm? That's Yu Yangyu's mountain-suppressing hand from Medicine Valley's heaven-shaking hand. It's very rare for a Qi refining level 7 to master the mountain-suppressing hand. What's more, this little guy is so decisive. Emo-chan was just bluffing to make his opponent compromise. This little guy really wants to kill Aolai. Sikong shook his head and refuted the old man's analysis. On the last section of Chapter 1, New Chapter, I remember that palm. It's just as you said. He was determined to kill his opponent in front of so many enemies. He's very mature. Enforcer Dong nodded and said. Red mark. Night Sorrow's attention can be raised to a red mark. Notify the higher-ups and the family. Sikong said to the old man. Night Sorrow and Emo-chan returned to the inn. There was a group of people surrounding Tianyu and the Golden Wing Eagle. What are you doing? Get rid of them. Emo-chan yelled at Zhang Dekhang. Emo-chan brought Night Sorrow into his room. You're a little irrational today. Night Sorrow looked at Emo-chan and didn't understand why Emo-chan would say that. It's not a good time to kill under those circumstances. We should have stopped while we were ahead. We could have waited for the right time to kill him. If something went wrong, How would I explain it to Master? Emo-chan slapped Night Sorrow. Senior brother, didn't you say we should kill him? Night Sorrow didn't understand. That was just a bluff. Emo-chan said helplessly. Next time, senior brother, give me the signal. Night Sorrow said. We have to be careful during this period. Aoyushan didn't dare to fight with us. It's not because he's afraid of us, but because he's afraid of Taishan Peak. However, it's hard to say what kind of tricks he might play in the dark. Emo-chan said to Night Sorrow. It's fine if there's a conflict between fellow disciples. Why would he play dirty? Night Sorrow said in surprise. You idiot. You have to know that only our 13th senior brother and junior sister are the most genuine, able to rely on each other in life and death. The other peaks are a bit lacking in comparison. Emo-chan explained the pros and cons to Night Sorrow. He realized that Night Sorrow's heart was as pure as a blank piece of paper. His understanding of the pros and cons of human relationships was lacking. I understand. After listening to Emo-chan's explanation, Night Sorrow seemed to understand. Marang, it's still a bit difficult for you to understand. Let's take it slow. When do you plan to do the quest? Emo-chan didn't want to put more pressure on Night Sorrow. He also didn't want to paint a black mark on Night Sorrow's pure heart. Anytime. Senior brother, just wait for me here. I'll go get the bloodthirsty wolf first, then I'll go get the black iron grass, Night Sorrow said. 13. Do you think I will let you go alone? If it was yesterday, it might have been possible, but today is definitely not the day. Never let your guard down against your enemies, Emo-chan said. Okay then. Senior brother, you can follow behind me. Night Sorrow agreed. He knew that it was impossible to not let Emo-chan follow him. After drinking, Night Sorrow and Emo-chan set off to hunt the bloodthirsty wolf. Not long after Night Sorrow and Emo-chan set off, a special person arrived at Tianji Tower. He wasn't here to accept the quest, but to give the quest. You said that you want to start hunting down the Medicine Valley's Taishan Peak disciple Night Sorrow in a month. Si Kong looked at the person behind the black veil and asked. The person who gave the quest came with a bamboo hat, so he didn't want to show his real face. The 13th disciple of the Medicine Valley's Taishan Peak's heaven shaking hand Yu Yangyu. We can do it. The price is 30 upper-level spiritual stones, Si Kong said. 30 upper-level spiritual stones. Even killing a rank 4 cultivator doesn't cost this much, the man with the bamboo hat said. First of all, I want to tell you that killing a disciple of the Taishan Peak is a big risk. Besides, Night Sorrow didn't do anything bad. 30 upper-level spiritual stones is a small price, Si Kong said casually. Then I'll think about it. The man with the bamboo hat got up and left. The price was too different from the price he had in mind. Is it a quest from the city lord's mansion? Enforcer Dong said after entering the room. Yes, they don't dare to do it now, so they delayed the quest for a month. Si Kong laughed with disdain. Will he come again? Enforcer Dong thought for a moment and asked. If I'm not here next time, continue to raise the price. Try not to accept this quest. If you accept it, find a reason to cancel it. Try not to provoke the people of the Taishan Peak. Although we are not afraid of them, it will be troublesome if they target us, Si Kong said to Enforcer Dong. Don't worry, I know what to do, Enforcer Dong said. Night Sorrow and Emo-chan didn't know that they were being targeted. Emo-chan was very cautious, but he wasn't afraid. After all, if Aoyushan wanted to deal with Night Sorrow, he would have to kill both him and Night Sorrow. Once the matter was exposed, disaster would be waiting for them. Aoyushan's cultivation was high, but Emo-chan was confident that he could escape. Therefore, he concluded that Aoyushan wouldn't dare to make a move. The two of them rode the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu and used a day to rush to Tsanglang Mountain. The bloodthirsty wolves were here. According to the quest's description, there were about 200 bloodthirsty wolves in this pack. The ordinary bloodthirsty wolves were rank 1, the Wolf King's bodyguards were rank 2, and the bloodthirsty Wolf King was rank 2 peak. The quest's requirement was to obtain the bloodthirsty Wolf King's head. In fact, this quest was no different from exterminating the bloodthirsty wolves. Without exterminating the bloodthirsty wolves, it would be very difficult to kill the Wolf King. This was one of the more difficult Iron Order quests. Even rank 2 cultivators wouldn't accept this quest alone. Knight Sorrow considered that his body was strong and could fight for a long time. The reincarnation spear was also suitable for group battles. Therefore, he accepted this quest. The quest's reward was also very high, 500 taels of gold and 10 mid-grade spirit stones. For other people, a round trip of 2,000 li would take more than half a month. A 1-month quest was very short, but for Knight Sorrow and Imo Chin, this problem didn't exist. After drinking a jar of wine with Imo Chin and eating some jerky, Knight Sorrow waved his hand at Imo Chin and headed towards the bloodthirsty Wolf Valley with his reincarnation spear. When they were on their way here, Knight Sorrow rode on Tianyu to find the hiding place of the bloodthirsty wolves. Now that they had eaten and drunk their fill, they directly went in to kill. Imo Chin made the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu wait for him while he followed behind Knight Sorrow at a distance of 300 jang. He didn't dare to let Knight Sorrow go. There were more than 200 bloodthirsty wolves. If Knight Sorrow was bitten by the wolves, he could only wait to be bitten by his senior sister and senior brother when he returned. When Knight Sorrow was still 2 to 3 li away from the bloodthirsty Wolf Valley, a bloodthirsty wolf appeared and attacked. It was a bloodthirsty wolf that was on guard duty. Holding the reincarnation spear, Knight Sorrow leapt up and pierced the throat of the bloodthirsty wolf that was pouncing over. Then, with a swing of the reincarnation spear, the bloodthirsty wolf's neck was slit and its corpse was thrown away. Then, a second bloodthirsty wolf appeared. Similarly, before it could get close, its throat was slit by Knight Sorrow's spear. Chapter 58. Following Knight Sorrow's movements, the corpses of bloodthirsty wolves piled up behind him. Imo Chin, who was following behind him, was shocked. He originally thought that Knight Sorrow would run and fight before fighting again. Knight Sorrow didn't feel any pressure in the group battle, so he didn't have any intention of running. Furthermore, Imo Chin didn't think that Knight Sorrow would be in any danger. The reincarnation spear in Knight Sorrow's hands was like a flood dragon. Every time he attacked, he would kill a bloodthirsty wolf. In just a few moments, over 30 bloodthirsty wolf corpses had fallen behind Knight Sorrow. Looking at Knight Sorrow's battle, Imo Chin shook his head. A battle between newcomers. The Medicine Valley hasn't had such a newcomer yet, right? Imo Chin was very sure that Knight Sorrow's cultivation wasn't higher than level 4 or level 5. It was impossible for him to contend against Knight Sorrow. After 15 minutes, 70 to 80 bloodthirsty wolves had been killed by Knight Sorrow. However, Knight Sorrow felt that he had used up a lot of energy. He kicked a bloodthirsty wolf's corpse and used the rebound force to run up a tree. 13, I thought you were going to kill them all in one go. Imo Chin shouted from another tree. If they were all level 1 bloodthirsty wolves, then I could kill them all. However, aren't the Wolf King's bodyguards level 2? If I don't maintain my peak condition, then I don't have the confidence. Knight Sorrow said to Imo Chin as he took out a wine jar and drank a mouthful of wine. Right, don't do things you aren't confident in. There's plenty of time, you can kill them slowly. Imo Chin also took out a wine jar and drank. He was very satisfied with Knight Sorrow's performance. At the very least, Knight Sorrow wasn't arrogant and didn't lose his mind after successfully killing a few bloodthirsty wolves. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's bodyguards were much stronger than ordinary bloodthirsty wolves. The most difficult one to deal with was still the level 2 bloodthirsty Wolf King. Normally, this mission was prepared for a level 2 Black Iron Order holder or a level 1 team. Knight Sorrow's physical strength did not consume too much, the main thing was that his true chi could not keep up. He wanted to quickly pull out and withdraw his spear, so he added a vibration force to his spear. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, more than half of his true chi had been consumed. After resting for 15 minutes, Knight Sorrow jumped down from the tree and slaughtered the bloodthirsty wolves once again. There were fewer and fewer bloodthirsty wolves, but they didn't reduce the intensity of their attacks just because they were killed. As long as there was a gap, another bloodthirsty wolf would pounce. After fighting for a while, Knight Sorrow had killed most of the normal bloodthirsty wolves. He arrived at the entrance of the valley and could see the situation inside. There was a bloodthirsty wolf twice the size of a normal bloodthirsty wolf in the valley. That was the bloodthirsty Wolf King. In front of it were 4 smaller Wolf King guards. Following the Wolf King's roar, 2 of the bloodthirsty Wolf King guards rushed towards Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow took a deep breath and withdrew his reincarnation spear. His eyes were fixed on the Wolf King guards that were running towards him. When the Wolf King guards were about 1 zhang away from him, Knight Sorrow's feet shook and his body moved to the side. Following that, he quickly thrust his reincarnation spear towards the neck of the bloodthirsty Wolf King guard that was close to him. Knight Sorrow's spear was very fast, but the Wolf King guard was even faster. Its body suddenly dropped, causing Knight Sorrow's spear to miss. Ah! Knight Sorrow, who missed his spear, let out a low roar. All the true chi in his dantian flowed into his right arm. His right arm fiercely smashed downwards, and the reincarnation spear smashed into the bloodthirsty Wolf King guard's lower back. Knight Sorrow did not continue to attack. Instead, he raised his spear and quickly retreated. Because the second bloodthirsty Wolf King guard was pouncing towards him, he could only retreat and reorganize his attack. Demonic beast commanders had their own pride. Even if it was a low-level demonic beast commander, this was also the reason why the bloodthirsty Wolf King did not attack the other bloodthirsty wolves and Wolf Kings. The first Wolf King guard was smashed in the back by Knight Sorrow's spear. Its ribs were already broken, and the back of its waist was dragging on the ground. Its 2 front legs supported its upper body and prevented it from falling down. It no longer had any attacking power. At this moment, the second Wolf King guard was a huge threat to Knight Sorrow. The spear attack just now had exhausted Knight Sorrow's true chi. Currently, he had used up all his true chi and had yet to recover his true chi. This situation made Chen anxious. He could clearly see that Yishang had used up all of his true chi. Just as he was about to descend from the big tree to rescue Yishang, he saw Yishang's feet shake as his body dodged to the side. The reincarnation spear circled behind him and pierced out again. Knight Sorrow's spear thrust was not just for show. This spear thrust emitted an ear-piercing screech that was full of power. This caused Chen, who had come out to help, to stop. In a situation where Knight Sorrow had the ability to protect himself, there was no need for him to make a move. That would not have the effect of training Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow's stab contained the energy of the blood-refining realm of the Myriad Dao treasured tome. Furthermore, it was unleashed with vibrating energy. This Wolf King guard was not simple either. Its body twisted and its 2 claws pounced towards Yishiwen. Knight Sorrow did not dare to directly stab. This stab could pierce through the bloodthirsty Wolf King guard's throat, but he would also be injured by the Wolf King guard's claws. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to face the remaining 2 Wolf King guards and the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Knight Sorrow took a step diagonally and twisted his waist, driving the reincarnation spear towards the bloodthirsty Wolf King's 2 front claws. Caw caw. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The Wolf King Guard's two front claws were broken by Night Sorrow's stab that contained all the energy of the 6th level of the blood refining realm. However, Night Sorrow was also forced back. The bloodthirsty Wolf King Guard's pounce carried a force of 3 to 4,000 Jin. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King let out another roar and the remaining 2 Wolf King Guards charged towards Yishiwen. Night Sorrow let out a low roar and charged forward. He stabbed his spear into the head of the Wolf King's bodyguard that had its 2 front claws broken and was jumping around with its butt in the air. He then pulled out his spear and smashed it into the back of the head of the other Wolf King's bodyguard that had its ribs broken and was trying to climb over to bite him. After doing all this, Night Sorrow didn't care about the lives of the 2 Wolf King's bodyguards and climbed up the tree by himself. 13. Beautifully done. On the other side, Mo Chin, who had climbed up a tree, gave Yishang a thumbs up. He truly admired Yishang. Even if he was at the 7th layer of Qi refining, he wouldn't be able to do what Yishang did. I'm going to rest for a bit. Night Sorrow took out a jug of wine and drank a few mouthfuls, completely ignoring the bloodthirsty Wolf King Guards that were circling around the tree. What was with that last spear strike of yours? You clearly used up all your Qi. Mo Chen looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I'm cultivating a body-strengthening technique. That last spear strike was pure physical strength. How does senior brother feel? After Night Sorrow answered, he asked another question. Very strong. Mo Chen nodded. Latest 08 chapter $D/Supra 7R. Night Sorrow and Mo Chen drank and chatted, completely ignoring the 2 bloodthirsty Wolf King Guards that were circling around the tree. Night Sorrow rested for an hour and then jumped down from the tree. He killed one of the bloodthirsty Wolf King Guards that was about to climb up the tree. When the other bloodthirsty Wolf King Guard pounced over, Night Sorrow used his wind-chasing spear technique and killed the last Wolf King Guard with his 6th spear strike. With all the guards dead, the bloodthirsty Wolf King Guards also moved out. It jumped and rushed towards Night Sorrow. Chapter 59. I understand now. Night Sorrow jumped behind the big tree and looked at the bloodthirsty Wolf King through the big tree. With the tree between the man and beast, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's charge was in vain. When it was still some distance away from the tree, it slowed down. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, which had slowed down and rushed to Night Sorrow's side, leaped over the ancient tree and opened its mouth to bite at Night Sorrow. However, at this moment, Night Sorrow took small steps and circled to the other side. Following this, Night Sorrow did not attack. He just circled around the ancient tree and the bloodthirsty Wolf King. He ran close to the tree and was more agile than the bloodthirsty Wolf King, so the bloodthirsty Wolf King could not attack him. Being circled by Night Sorrow around the ancient tree, the bloodthirsty Wolf King became more and more berserk. Its jumping height also became higher and higher, constantly pouncing towards Night Sorrow. At this moment, Mo Chen's longsword was in his hand. He was very worried that something would happen to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow had been patiently waiting for the bloodthirsty Wolf King. He was waiting for the bloodthirsty Wolf King to become impatient and wait for an opportunity. He did not dare to meet the bloodthirsty Wolf King head-on because it was too strong. Now that the bloodthirsty Wolf King had gone berserk and was jumping high, he knew that his opportunity had come. When the bloodthirsty Wolf King jumped up again, Night Sorrow made his move. All the energy in his body was poured into the reincarnation spear. Following that, the true Qi in his Dantian exploded and released the 12th layer of vibration energy. The reincarnation spear pierced towards the bloodthirsty Wolf King's chest. When he attacked, Night Sorrow leaned back. He was worried that the bloodthirsty Wolf King's charge would be too strong. Seeing Night Sorrow attack, the bloodthirsty Wolf King lowered its body and grabbed the reincarnation spear with its claws. Its big mouth bit towards Night Sorrow. Die! Night Sorrow released all the vibration energy in the reincarnation spear and continued to stab forward. Buzz. The reincarnation spear vibrated and emitted a low hum as it blocked the bloodthirsty Wolf King's two front claws. The reincarnation spear continued forward and pierced the bloodthirsty Wolf King's chest. After stabbing the bloodthirsty Wolf King's chest, Night Sorrow punched the end of the spear with his left hand. Borrowing the force of the rebound, he rolled away from the bloodthirsty Wolf King's body. Night Sorrow's feet shook as he rolled away, and his body fell towards the bloodthirsty Wolf King's back. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, which had suffered a fatal blow, had a 2-foot spear shaft sticking out of its abdomen. The tip of the spear was sticking out of its back, making it difficult for it to move. Night Sorrow landed on the bloodthirsty Wolf King's neck. His right hand grabbed the bloodthirsty Wolf King's ears and scalp, while his left hand clenched into a fist. After 6 or 7 consecutive punches, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's body went limp. Aside from the wound in its chest and abdomen, its skull had also been shattered by Night Sorrow. Letting out a sigh of relief, Night Sorrow stood up and pulled out the reincarnation spear. He wiped it on the bloodthirsty Wolf King's fur. "Is this your first battle?" Emo-chan looked at Night Sorrow as if he was looking at a monster. "No, when I was in Bamboo Garden Village, I often went out to hunt. However, at that time, I didn't cultivate. I could deal with rank 1 demonic beasts, but I would run away if I met rank 2 demonic beasts." Night Sorrow was thinking about how to deal with the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse. He definitely had to keep its head. Just pretend I didn't ask. If I directly put the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse into my storage belt, can yours fit? Emo-chan was rendered speechless by Night Sorrow. Without cultivating, he was able to deal with all demonic beasts within rank 1. What kind of combat talent was this? Emo-chan was a little shocked. "Yes, I can." Night Sorrow turned his arm and patted his storage belt, putting away the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse. His storage belt was picked out by Gong Xian, so it had a lot of space. "Your storage belt is the same as mine. It's a top-notch storage belt. When you're strong enough, you can go and do a Heaven rank sect mission or a Gold rank mission in Tianji Tower. Then, you'll be able to get a storage ring." Emo-chan said. "Then we'll have to wait. This is the territory of the bloodthirsty Wolf King. There are no demonic beasts here. Let's go somewhere else and get some tasty game." Night Sorrow asked for Emo-chan's opinion. "Of course, I'll listen to you." Emo-chan nodded. After leaving the bloodthirsty Wolf Valley, the two got on a flying demonic beast and flew for 200 li. They hunted down 2 sparrows and found a campsite. Night Sorrow started a fire and roasted the meat. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two went straight to bed. Night Sorrow witnessed Emo-chan's carefreeness. The golden-winged eagle rested on an ancient tree while Emo-chan lay down on its back. He even had the golden-winged eagle point its wings up to shield him from the wind. Night Sorrow took out the bearskin and laid it on the ground, letting Tianyu rest on it while he meditated on the side. His cultivation had reached the bottleneck of the 7th stage of Qi refining, and he could break through to the 8th stage at any time. Original, Q1 unspecified currency FE. After cultivating for an entire night, Night Sorrow and Emo-chan rode Tianyu and the golden-winged eagle towards the Black Forest Mountain. Night Sorrow had another mission, which was to collect black iron grass. The mission summary said that there were no large demonic beasts in the Black Forest Mountain, only black poison scorpions. They usually hid underground and attacked humans when they encountered them, making them very difficult to defend against. Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of this. He had seen Tianyu eat scorpions before. The scorpions didn't run away when they saw him, which meant that Tianyu was a natural counter to scorpions. Black poison scorpions are low level, but they are large in number. You have to be on guard at all times. This is a poison repellent powder. Once you enter the Black Forest Mountain, sprinkle some on yourself, Emo-chan said to Night Sorrow. This was the reason why he didn't oppose Night Sorrow when he accepted the mission. He had some poison repellent powder on him that could repel poisonous insects. Senior brother, normal scorpions and poisonous snakes won't dare to move when they see Tianyu. If Tianyu follows me, the black poison scorpions won't attack me, Night Sorrow said. Looks like you've already prepared for this. Tianyu has the bloodline of the ancient Azureping, which is a natural counter to poisonous snakes and scorpions. This is indeed a good idea. Looks like this mission won't be too difficult. Emo-chan nodded. He didn't expect Night Sorrow to already have a plan. When they arrived at the Black Forest Mountain, Night Sorrow finally understood what it meant to be barren. He had never seen a mountain like this before. Bamboo Garden Village was surrounded by deep mountains and ancient forests. Gunnan Town had to cross the great wilderness to reach Red Flame City, and there were thousands or tens of thousands of years-old trees. Here, however, it was all pitch-black rocks with occasional thorns. There are countless black poison scorpions living under the Black Forest Mountain. The soil is full of poison, which makes it difficult for plants to grow. However, it's suitable for the growth of black iron grass. The golden-winged eagle and I won't go down. We'll patrol in the air for you. Don't let Tianyu go too far away from you, that won't be enough of a deterrent. Emo-chan said to Night Sorrow. Alright, senior martial brother, just wait for me. After saying goodbye to Emo-chan, Night Sorrow commanded Tianyu to descend. After landing, Tianyu's golden eyes stared at the pitch-black ground. Then, he pecked at the ground, and a half-foot-long scorpion was pulled out by Tianyu. The scorpion was motionless as it was swallowed by Tianyu. Tianyu, lead the way. I want to find black iron grass. Seeing that Tianyu was suppressing the black poison scorpions, Night Sorrow felt confident. After half an hour, Night Sorrow had collected nearly 100 stalks of black iron grass. It was enough for him to complete the mission. However, Night Sorrow was also researching alchemy, so he planned to collect more. After all, Tianyu was having a great time eating the black poison scorpions. 4 hours later, Night Sorrow had collected more than 500 stalks of black iron grass. Worried that the golden-winged eagle would be tired after circling in the air, Night Sorrow rode Tianyu into the sky. Looks like you've had a good harvest. Emo-chan said when he saw Night Sorrow and Tianyu taking to the sky. Chapter 60. Let's rest for a night and hand in the quest tomorrow. You're really fast at completing the quest. If you do it continuously, you'll enter the bronze rank very quickly. Emo-chan said to Night Sorrow. The two of them found a safe place and set up camp beside a pool. After eating, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, Night Sorrow felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. After greeting Emo-chan and letting Tianyu be on guard, Night Sorrow began to break through after eating 1/3 of the spirit congealing pill. Night Sorrow's saturated dantian could no longer absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He controlled the true chi circulation in his dantian. After entering a relatively stable stage, Night Sorrow introduced the medicinal power of the spirit congealing pill into his dantian and then vibrated his true chi to expand his dantian. With the vibration of the true chi in Night Sorrow's dantian, the space in his dantian became bigger and bigger. When the true chi could no longer vibrate outside, Night Sorrow's dantian also appeared to condense the 8th true chi halo. Controlling the medicinal power of the spirit congealing pill to enter his dantian, Night Sorrow also began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense the 8th true chi halo. Emo-chan, who was sitting not far away, seemed to be drinking wine leisurely, but he had been vigilantly observing his surroundings and paying attention to Night Sorrow's situation at all times. It took Night Sorrow a day to condense the 8th halo in his dantian. This was slower than ordinary people. The main reason was that Night Sorrow broke through too quickly some time ago. The first 7 halos were not solid. When Night Sorrow condensed the 8th halo, some of the energy was intercepted by the first 7 halos. This breakthrough solved the drawbacks of the previous fast cultivation, but Night Sorrow was also a little scared. This was the problem that broke out early. If it broke out when he was advancing from refining chi to gathering chi, it would be easy for him to fail. It could be seen from the difficulty of this breakthrough. 13. Your advancement this time is a little slow. Is there a problem? Emo-chan asked when he saw Night Sorrow wake up. Yishang nodded and explained the problem that had occurred to him. It's a good thing that the problem appeared early. In the future, try to suppress it as much as possible before you advance. It's a taboo for cultivators to be too hasty and have an unstable foundation, Emo-chan reminded Night Sorrow. I'll be careful. Night Sorrow also noticed the severity of the problem. After packing up, the two of them set off. Night Sorrow sat on Tianyu's back, trying his best to stabilize his cultivation. Night Sorrow had originally planned to take the chi amassing pill after advancing, but now he decided to take it slowly. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation and build a solid foundation before taking it. It took Night Sorrow and Emo-chan a day to return to Danding City. The two of them took a shower and had some food before heading to Tianji Tower. This time, Night Sorrow and Emo-chan didn't encounter any mad dogs. They went straight into Tianji Tower. The person who received them was an ordinary-looking woman in black. She brought Night Sorrow and Emo-chan to a private room. After entering the room, Night Sorrow took out the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse and the black iron grass. The woman in black looked at the mission description and the time to accept the mission. She looked at Night Sorrow carefully and then shook her head. She went out to register Night Sorrow's points and rewards. Both missions had quite a lot of money and points, but the most valuable reward was still the spirit stones. 11th Senior Brother, why did she shake her head? Is she not satisfied with the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse or the black iron grass? Night Sorrow said after taking a sip of tea. No, she just doesn't care. She thinks that you're not the one who did this mission. She thinks you're a spoiled brat from a big family. She thinks that the seniors are the ones who did the mission and you should take the reward, Emo-chan said with a smile. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and felt that what Emo-chan said was possible. The woman in black brought over the reward. After putting it away, Night Sorrow asked for the mission list. He then picked 2 missions that had high points and were relatively suitable for him. Only then did he leave with Emo-chan. After sending off Night Sorrow and Emo-chan, the woman in black sent Night Sorrow's information to Enforcer Dong. She had noticed that Night Sorrow was the focus of Tianji Tower's attention when she received the mission reward for Night Sorrow, so she immediately reported the situation to Enforcer Dong. After looking at the time and situation of Night Sorrow's completion of the mission, Enforcer Dong took Night Sorrow's information to the top floor of Tianji Tower. In a private room on the top floor of Tianji Tower, Sikong, who was wearing an elegant blue dress, was drinking tea. My lady, Night Sorrow completed the mission. Enforcer Dong handed Night Sorrow's information to Sikong. Sikong looked at the information and then stood up. Let's go to the warehouse and take a look at the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse. In the warehouse of Tianji Tower, Enforcer Dong looked at the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse. Sikong also looked carefully. This was killed by Night Sorrow alone. Emo-chan didn't do anything. I saw his marksmanship that day. It's very good, but it's still not enough to kill the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Enforcer Dong shook his head. Look at the wound on the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse. When the bloodthirsty Wolf King was about to pounce, he used his gun. Not all of the fur on the bloodthirsty Wolf King's front claws were shaken off. I remember that his marksmanship that day had the power of vibration. The crack on the bloodthirsty Wolf King's head was caused by a punch. It took a few punches to crack its head. If it was Immerse, then one punch would be enough. It would take him less than 4 days to complete 2 missions. Even with a flying tamed beast, it's still very efficient. Seekong took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and then left the warehouse. Night Sorrow and Immerse entered a restaurant and sat on the 2nd floor near the street. They ordered a few dishes and took out Uncle Nyo's strong liquor to drink. Who are those people? Or are they city guards opening the way? Night Sorrow asked as he looked at the street below. In Yishang's line of sight, 2 groups of city guards were leading the way. Behind them were 2 middle-aged men, and behind the middle-aged men were several white-clothed youths. When Night Sorrow was talking, one of the middle-aged men in brocade turned his head to look at Night Sorrow. The young men followed his gaze and saw Night Sorrow. After looking at Night Sorrow for a while, the middle-aged man in brocade turned around and continued forward. People from the Golden Flame sect. Alas! Immerse sighed. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. The Medicine Valley was a subordinate force of the Golden Flame sect. People from the Golden Flame sect naturally had a strong sense of superiority when they came to the Medicine Valley. The situation will change. Night Sorrow said after a while. He could see that Immerse was a bit hesitant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Maybe those people are all experts. They were alerted when you looked at them. The young man walking in the front is a core disciple of the Golden Flame sect. Immerse said. Night Sorrow took a sip of liquor and continued to eat. It was not the first time he had heard about the Golden Flame sect. They were overbearing, but Night Sorrow didn't think it had much to do with him. You don't think it has much to do with you? Immerse seemed to know what Night Sorrow was thinking. I'm just a new disciple. What can I do with them? Night Sorrow looked at Immerse confusedly. Chapter 61. Does the Golden Flame sect belong to a lot of forces? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, there are more than a dozen first-class forces, more than 30 second-class forces, and the rest are unrated forces. However, no one can underestimate these unrated forces. Last time, the 2nd and 3rd place were taken by disciples of these unrated forces. Their forces only need to hand over 1/10 of their industry income and resource production for the next 10 years. Immerse explained the situation to Yishang. Then which force got the first place? What's our Medicine Valley's ranking? Night Sorrow asked. The first place belongs to the Golden Flame sect. Our Medicine Valley got the 5th and 7th place, so we need to hand over 30% of our resources. Are you trying to ask why our Medicine Valley's ranking is so low? Immerse looked at Night Sorrow and said. Yes, our Medicine Valley has so many disciples, but we only got the 5th and 7th place. Night Sorrow didn't believe that the Medicine Valley's strength was so much worse than the other forces. There's an age limit. Last time, no one from Taishan Peak participated in the regional competition. The disciples of the other peaks under the age of 30 don't have any advantage over the other forces. Next time, you might have a chance, Immerse said with a smile. Night Sorrow didn't say anything, but he was a little unhappy. As a disciple of the Medicine Valley, he felt a little aggrieved when he saw others showing off in the Medicine Valley's territory. After eating, the 2 returned to the inn, took a bath, and went to cultivate. In another room of the inn, Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and a few other disciples of Tianhua Peak were sitting. A middle-aged man was sitting in the main seat. According to what you said, that Night Sorrow from Taishan Peak might have cultivated a rank 2 combat skill. His talent is quite good. This time, I brought you the cloud-piercing sword and wind-fire rod. They are both top rank 2 combat skills. Cultivate well and defeat that Night Sorrow in the newcomer competition. The middle-aged man took out 2 ancient books and put them on the table. Qin Hai and the other disciple each took a book. Both of them were outer sect disciples of Tianhua Peak, but their cultivations had already entered the Yuan gathering realm. Qin Zhan used his sect contribution points to exchange for a qi-breaking pill and 3 spirit-increasing pills for Qin Hai. This was also the reason why Qin Hai was able to enter the essence gathering realm so quickly. The essence increasing pill was a pill used by the essence gathering realm to rapidly increase one's strength. Just like the qi gathering pill of the qi refining realm, it could increase one's strength by 1 level. Each of you also have 3 yuan increasing pills. These are given to you by senior brother Luo. He hopes that you can boost your morale during the newcomer competition. Didn't the Taishan Peak recruit newcomers? Then let's destroy their prestige during the newcomer competition. The middle-aged man took out another bottle of pills. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Qin Zhan cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Chen Fu, the protector of Tianhua Peak's Merit Palace Hall. This time, he was arranged by Luo Daoyuan to deliver resources to Qin Hai and the other outer sect disciple, Kong Jun. It's nothing, as long as you work hard. I heard that Night Sorrow is the last disciple of the Taishan Peak's Peak Master. If you defeat him as a 3rd-generation disciple, then the Taishan Peak's face will look good. Alright, work hard on your cultivation. Chen Fu got up and left the room. Now that you have yuan increasing pills to increase your cultivation, you don't have to focus on Jin Qi cultivation for the time being. Go to Tianji Tower and do more missions to stabilize your cultivation. After a period of time, take a yuan increasing pill and then go to stabilize your cultivation. I don't think that Night Sorrow can compare with you. Thinking about Night Sorrow, Qin Zhan's heart was filled with anger. He had been in the Medicine Valley for almost 10 years and was a 3rd-generation disciple. Night Sorrow had just arrived and was already a 2nd-generation disciple. This made him feel extremely unbalanced. If there's a chance, I'll definitely kill him. Qin Hai said coldly. Alright, let's go to Tianji Tower and do missions. Qin Zhan stood up and walked out of the inn. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow and Mo Chen set out to continue doing missions and practicing actual combat. Half a month had passed. Night Sorrow had accepted 4 missions. Each time, there were 2 missions, and he had completed all of them. While completing the missions, Night Sorrow had also completely stabilized his Shin Qi. When he found that there were no good missions, Night Sorrow told Mo Chen that he was going to take a qi gathering pill to cultivate. Mo Chen carefully looked at Night Sorrow. When he saw that Night Sorrow's foundation was very stable, he nodded. Go, EF, the qi gathering pill was the best pill to improve one's cultivation in the qi refining stage. Apart from not being able to help one advance, it could provide a steady stream of energy for refining. After taking a fasting pill and adjusting his state, Night Sorrow took a qi gathering pill and began to cultivate. In another end, Qin Hai was a bit flustered and exasperated. The Black Iron missions with higher points have all been completed. Now, the remaining missions are either escorting merchants or guarding the house. Originally, there were quite a lot of missions. When we came back from a trip, they were all done. I don't even know which bastard did it. Kong Jun said gloomily. Alright, if there are no suitable missions, then wait for next month. You guys should first stabilize your cultivation. Qin Zhan said. In fact, it was not only Qin Hai and Kong Jun who were gloomy. Many Black Iron token holders in Danding City were also gloomy. Tianji Tower also knew about this situation. Enforcer Dong also had no other choice. The missions were issued once a month, and there were not many missions in the area. Yi Shang had been cultivating all this time. When the effects of the fasting pill wore off, he ate it and continued cultivating. It took Yishang 6 days to completely refine the effects of the energy-gathering pill. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 8th level of qi refinement. How do you feel? Seeing Night Sorrow come out of his room, Principal Mo Chen asked. The peak of qi refining stage 8. My strength has increased a lot. Night Sorrow clenched his fist and said. Well, at the beginning of the month tomorrow, we can continue to do missions. Mo Chen handed Night Sorrow a cup of tea and said. At the beginning of every month, Tianji Tower would release new missions. As a bronze token holder, Mo Chen was very clear about this. After resting for a night, Night Sorrow and Mo Chen arrived at Tianji Tower early. When they entered, they saw Sikong in a simple and elegant dress. Well, follow me. Sikong led Night Sorrow and Mo Chen into a private room. I want to do a black iron mission. Night Sorrow went straight to the point. Sikong's arm shook, and a few pieces of animal skin paper appeared in her hand. She took out a black one and handed it to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow understood that Sikong's status in Tianji Tower was very high. The last few times he came here, the reception staff only had black mission drawings. Black iron ranked missions are in high demand. You know what happened last month, Sikong reminded Yishan. Thank you. This, and this. Night Sorrow looked at the mission drawings, and his finger slid on them. The mission did not have a time limit, and the mission points were high. Night Sorrow felt that he could complete it, so he took it all. Chapter 62. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Sikong. Okay. You might not be able to remember so many missions. Let me make a copy for you. Sikong sat down and took out a pen and paper to organize the missions that Night Sorrow had accepted. He also organized them according to the time and distance. Thank you. Night Sorrow said after putting away the mission list that Sikong had copied. Don't mention it. I wish you success. Sikong nodded towards Night Sorrow with a smile. Yishang and Mo Chen took the mission list and left the Celestial Terminus Tower. After Night Sorrow and Mo Chen left, Sikong handed over half of the mission list that had been accepted by Night Sorrow to Enforcer Dong. What? How come almost half of it went down? The rest of the missions have low points. Enforcer Dong looked at the mission list in surprise. The fat ones were all taken by that kid. If Danding City had 2 such freaks, then no one else would be able to take on the Black Iron missions. Sikong said with a smile. Then should we go to other cities to get more missions with rewards? Enforcer Dong asked. No need. They will only rush to do the missions if there are few of them. Sikong said and then left. After leaving Tianji Tower, Night Sorrow and Mo Chen drove the beast carriage out of the city gate and rode the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu to do missions. Night Sorrow chose to take the missions that had a time limit. He had also arranged the route, so he could not waste time on running. When Night Sorrow and Mo Chen went to do missions, the inner court of Tianji Tower was in an uproar. It was not because of anything else, but because the missions with high rewards and points were all taken by other people. This made many Black Iron token holders very angry. Among the angry people were Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun. They were very annoyed after seeing the mission list. They did not do many missions last month, and this month, the good missions were gone. At this time, some people wanted to ask for an explanation from Tianji Tower. Hearing this, Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun also joined the ranks and vaguely became the leaders. Sikong, who was originally reading an ancient book on the top floor, went downstairs and came to the lobby. They said that we controlled the missions internally and left the missions to others. Enforcer Dong said to Sikong. Not to mention not leaving the missions, so what if they were left? Why are you making a fuss? If there are missions, you do them. Seacombe glanced at the lobby with her beautiful eyes and said coldly. The missions. How? The owner of the Iron Medallion and Bronze Medallion. If you are dissatisfied with the Empyrean Apex Tower or have any other ideas, put down the token and scram. Hearing Qin Zhan's questioning, Seacombe directly replied coldly. You are too overbearing. We want to see your manager. Qin Zhan could not hold his face after hearing Seacombe's words. Enforcer Dong, if they talk nonsense again, send people out. Seacombe finished and left without looking at Qin Zhan. You are the enforcer here, right? Can you give us an explanation about the mission? If you can't, then call the manager out. Qin Zhan said to Enforcer Dong. I am the manager of Tianji Tower's Danding City. There is no explanation. Guards. If you make any more noise, your status in Tianji Tower will be revoked. Enforcer Dong did not look at Qin Zhan and directly called for the guards. Qin Zhan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Tianji Tower did not treat him as a dish. Square root Newarok fastest 1G on, M3, big brother, let's go. Qin Hai pulled Qin Zhan away. At this time, Qin Zhan really did not have a way out. After Qin Hai pulled Qin Zhan out of Tianji Tower, he took a trivial mission with Kong Ju. Knight Sorrow went to Tianji Tower during the day to do missions. At night, he worked hard to cultivate the Sage Cauldron Scripture and Myriad Dao Tome. His cultivation improved very quickly and steadily. After eating the Qi Gathering Pill, Knight Sorrow had reached the peak of Qi Refining Stage 8. He could break through, but Knight Sorrow wanted to settle down. Using 9 days, Yisheng finished all the missions that he was rushing for. He also planned to make a breakthrough. After 9 days of fighting with the demonic beasts and bandits, Yisheng felt that his foundation was not unstable. After returning to Danding City, Knight Sorrow and Mo Chen sat in the beast carriage, chatting and drinking as they rushed to Tianji Tower. 13 mission points can be used to upgrade your level. You can also exchange for some resources. Do you have anything you want to exchange? Mo Chen said to Knight Sorrow. Let's not exchange for now. I don't know when I will be able to upgrade to the Qingtong token. Once I reach the Qingtong token level, I can take on high-level missions. Knight Sorrow said, shaking his head. I didn't make it clear to you. Points can be used. This will not affect your upgrade to the Black Iron token. The upgrade to the Black Iron token depends on the total points you have. The points used and the remaining points are calculated separately. Mo Chen said to Knight Sorrow. Senior brother, I have some medicinal pills. I don't want to exchange them for now. Knight Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Some medicinal pills are necessary. For example, the Qi Breaking Pill. It will make it easier for you to enter the Qi Gathering stage. Mo Chen did not expect Knight Sorrow to be so insistent. I have one Qi Breaking Pill. Knight Sorrow said. You do. Then you don't need it. When you enter the Qi Gathering stage, the sect will give you medicinal pills that can help with cultivation. However, there is one type of pill that the sect will not give you. You have to exchange for it with the sect's merit points. That is the Qi Increasing Pill. It has the same effect as the Qi Gathering Pill used in the Qi Refining stage. It can increase your cultivation by 1 level. Mo Chen said to Knight Sorrow. Qi Increasing Pill. Then if I have a lot of money and get more Qi Increasing Pills, my cultivation will increase quickly. Knight Sorrow said with some surprise. You're thinking too much. This type of medicinal pill has a limit for each stage. The Qi Refining stage can only take 3 Qi Gathering Pills. The same goes for the Qi Gathering stage. The Qi Gathering stage can only take 3 Qi Gathering Pills. Emochan explained to Night Sorrow. He knew that in many aspects, Night Sorrow was a layman. When Yishang asked this question, Qin Hai was also at a loss. Qin Zhan had spent a lot of the sex merit points to exchange for 3 essence-increasing pills. In the end, Luo Daoyuan had given him another 3. He could only look at the remaining 3. The heavens reward the diligent. Medicinal pills were indispensable on the path of cultivation. However, one could not rely on medicinal pills endlessly. The true qi that one could slowly cultivate would be relatively smooth. If one relied on medicinal pills to cultivate, the ling qi would be somewhat lacking. In the qi gathering stage, taking 3 qi increasing pills was still within control. However, if one took more, the true qi in their dantian would become stagnant. Then when I have enough merit points, I'll go exchange for them. I should go get another qi gathering pill. Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. He had just used 1 qi gathering pill and was about to leave the qi refining stage. He felt that he should not waste this opportunity. He should directly get another qi gathering pill to reach the peak of the qi refining stage. Chapter 63. As the two chatted, they arrived at Tianji Tower. Si Kong was not there, so Night Sorrow handed in the mission to the ordinary staff and left Tianji Tower with Mo Chin. After returning to the inn, Night Sorrow greeted Mo Chin and went to his room to prepare for his advancement. Mo Chin moved a chair and took a nap in front of Night Sorrow's room. Advancement was not dangerous, and even if he failed, it would not harm his body too much, so he was not too worried. Night Sorrow ate half a core condensing pill and began to cultivate. This was the last advancement of the qi refining realm. After the advancement, he would have to prepare for the qi gathering realm. After filling his dantian with the energy of the core condensing pill, it could not hold anymore, so it began to vibrate and expand. The capacity of the dantian determined the amount of Jin qi that could be stored. This was something that practitioners had to face at every level. Night Sorrow's progress in expanding his dantian was very smooth. Next was to condense the 9th Jin qi halo. Inside the Danding City Lord's mansion, Yushan was drinking tea with 2 people standing in front of him. Lord Mayor, the Black Shadow brothers heard that Night Sorrow was a disciple of Taishan Peak, so they were not willing to accept the mission. They heard that Emochan was with Night Sorrow, so they directly rejected the mission. The man in front of Ao Yushan said, Emochan is here, and they are not willing to accept the mission, then tell them that there is no time limit. They can wait until Emochan is not here. The reward of 10,000 gold and 800 mid-grade soul stones will not change. Ao Yushan said. Okay, then I will contact them again. The man left. His name was Hua Wuji, and he was Ao Yushan's absolute confidant. In the eastern Xian region, the exchange rate for soul stones was 100 low-grade soul stones for 1 mid-grade soul stone, and 100 mid-grade soul stones for 1 upper-grade soul stone. Ao Yushan sent Hua Wuji to Tianji Tower for the mission, and the price that Tianji Tower offered was 30 upper-grade soul stones, which was equivalent to 3,000 mid-grade soul stones. Ao Yushan could not afford it, so he went to find other assassins. However, it was said that even the disciples of Taishan Peak were not willing to take this job. Yu Yangyu had destroyed the 4 Seas sect for a disciple. This was not a secret in Danding mountain range. Recently, Hua Wuji had contacted the Black Shadow brothers, who were very famous in the assassin circle, but they had not come to an agreement. Night Sorrow used half a day to condense the 9th True Qi Halo. When the 9th True Qi Halo began to revolve on its own, Night Sorrow's aura changed, officially entering the 9th rank of Qi refining. Feeling Night Sorrow's aura, Emochan breathed a sigh of relief and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. After stabilizing his cultivation, Night Sorrow walked out of the room. You succeeded. Congratulations, number 13, Emo-chan said with a smile. Night Sorrow looked at Emo-chan and said, "It's just a promotion. Thank you for guarding me. Let's go do the mission after we eat." "That's fine. You also want to see how much your strength has increased after the promotion. Finish the mission, then come back and slowly settle down." Emo-chan nodded. He knew that Night Sorrow still had a lot of Tianji Tower missions on hand. After eating, Emo-chan thought for a while and decided to let Night Sorrow take a bath and have a good sleep. They would go out to do the mission tomorrow. He realized that Night Sorrow was like a taut rope that needed to be relaxed. Night Sorrow did not have any objections to Emo-chan's decision. He knew that Emo-chan's arrangement was for his own good. Night Sorrow and Emo-chan chatted for a long time on the night when they did not cultivate. Emo-chan even asked the waiter to add a bed in the room. Night Sorrow slept very well that night. In the middle of the night, Emo-chan woke up and covered Night Sorrow with a blanket. Looking at Night Sorrow, who was still frowning in his sleep, Emo-chan shook his head. This was just a child. After a good night's rest, Night Sorrow woke up early. While Night Sorrow was practicing martial arts and washing up, Emo-chan asked the waiter to prepare the food. "How is it? Do you feel refreshed once in a while?" Emo-chan said with a smile as he looked at Night Sorrow, who had just finished washing up. "That's right, but this will develop laziness," Yi-shan said. "That's right. Didn't I tell you to relax once in a while?" Emo-chan said as he slapped Night Sorrow. After breakfast, the two set off in the beast carriage. Emo-chan, who was sitting in the beast carriage, opened the window and sang a folk song outside, causing a burst of screams from the girls who were shopping. "Senior, I didn't know," Night Sorrow said with a smile. He realized that Emo-chan had changed a lot during this time. He was completely different from when he was in front of Guanye's tomb. "Ha! That's right. When I was at home, there were many rich girls who liked me," Emo-chan said with a smile. Night Sorrow knew that Emo-chan was not lying. Emo-chan was handsome, especially with his eyes that seemed to be filled with vicissitudes and stories. He was a fatal attraction to women. "Senior, do you have anyone in mind?" Night Sorrow asked. He knew that among his seniors, only Wu Qi and Shi Tianlin were married. You have to help me keep this a secret," Emo-chan said. Seeing Night Sorrow nod, Emo-chan said that he had a girl in mind. She was the cousin of Danding Peak's eldest disciple, Chu Ling Xiao. When Guanyi was still alive, the two of them would often go sightseeing. If not for the conflict between Chu Ling Xiao and Naoi, the two of them would have been discussing marriage. However, after Guanye's accident, the two of them had not met. "You didn't see her when you went back?" Night Sorrow asked. "No, of course not. I haven't seen her in over 10 years. I don't even know what's going on with her. Plus, if 6th senior sister knew that I had a relationship with Chu Ling Zhao's sister, she would strangle me to death," Emo-chan said with a bitter smile. "Senior, these are two different things. 6th senior sister will only be happy if you are doing well." Night Sorrow took out the green blood wine that Aoi had given him and poured half a bowl for Emo-chan. "That's true. 6th senior sister and Chu Ling Xiao don't have a death grudge." Emo-chan thought for a while and felt that Night Sorrow's words made sense. Senior brother, Chu Ling Xiao and 6th senior sister were competing on the stage. There were wins and losses, so how did they become enemies? Yi-shan couldn't understand this point. Qing-ji wasn't a narrow-minded person. Emo-chan knew more about this, so he explained it to Night Sorrow in detail. Aoi always had a jade pendant on her. It was left to her by her late mother. During the martial arts tournament, Chu Ling Xiao had defeated Qing-ji, whose cultivation was lower than his. His weapon had been knocked away, but Qing Ji's jade pendant had fallen to the ground. Seeing that the jade pendant had fallen, Aoi quickly went to pick it up. However, Chu Lingxiao thought that Aoi did not want to admit defeat and attacked. Chapter 64. So it was a misunderstanding, but this misunderstanding had serious consequences. After hearing Mo Chen's explanation, Night Sorrow knew that this matter was indeed troublesome. Neither side was in the wrong, but there was an irreconcilable grudge. Yes, this is an irreconcilable grudge. That's why I don't dare to make senior sister angry, Mo Chen said. I'll help you find out when I have time, Night Sorrow said with a smile. No, I don't even know what's going on with Chu Lingfei. Maybe she's married. Mo Chen sighed. In order to avenge Guan Yi, Mo Chen had been ignoring the outside world for more than 10 years. Night Sorrow couldn't do anything about this. No one knew what would happen after more than 10 years of indifference. After leaving the city, the two of them got on their flying mounts. Their mission this time was to go to a bandit lair and rescue a young lady from a big family. If something happened to the young lady, then they would have to eliminate this group of bandits. According to the mission description, this person was a troublemaker from the mountains. His cultivation base was not high, but he was very familiar with the terrain. The mission's priority was to find this group of bandits. The last place the bandits appeared was near the Black Cloud Swamp. Night Sorrow felt that with Tianyu's help, it wouldn't be hard to find the bandits' hiding place. He also felt that the young lady had no chance. She wouldn't be killed, but it was hard to say whether she would be the wife of the bandit leader or not. Night Sorrow was in charge of the mission. Mo Chen's job was to protect Night Sorrow's safety. Before accepting the Bloodthirsty Wolf King's mission, Mo Chen had been very careful. He didn't dare to let go of Night Sorrow. Many Black Iron missions were done by cultivators of the Qi Gathering Realm. Cultivators of the Qi Refining Realm with the Black Iron token would only do small missions at first. As their cultivation increased, the difficulty of the missions would slowly increase. After Yi Shang successfully killed the Bloodthirsty Wolf King, Mo Chen didn't think so anymore. He felt that even a cultivator in the early stage of element gathering tier was no match for Yi Shang in terms of battle prowess. Most importantly, Yi Shang's talent for battle was extremely strong. He knew how to choose the most effective battle strategy based on the terrain and the complexity of the situation. After arriving at the Black Cloud Swamp, Night Sorrow let Tianyu fly at a low altitude around the Black Cloud Swamp to look for clues. The Black Cloud Swamp had a circumference of 300 to 400 miles. Night Sorrow controlled Tianyu to fly at a low altitude. 1 hour later, Night Sorrow let Tianyu land because Night Sorrow saw footprints on the black sand beside the water. It shouldn't be too far from here, Night Sorrow said after squatting down to check the footprints. How can you tell? Perhaps it was left behind in the past, Mo Chen said. Impossible. Although there are no waves here, the humidity is very high. The dew at night is like a drizzle. The footprints can't have been here for more than 3 days, Night Sorrow said with certainty. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Mo Chen was stunned. He was also an experienced tracker, but he couldn't tell what these footprints were. Looking at the footprints, Night Sorrow led the way in front while Mo Chen followed behind with Tianyu and the golden-winged eagle. Night Sorrow walked and stopped frequently, even when he entered the forest. Although he would stop sometimes to analyze, his speed was definitely not slow. Mo Chen was experienced in tracking in the forest. He knew that Night Sorrow was heading in the right direction. When humans walked through the forest, even if they didn't leave footprints, they would leave traces, such as fallen leaves. Even if they didn't leave footprints, there would still be changes. Night Sorrow walked forward in a zigzag manner while Mo Chen followed behind with the 2 flying tamed beasts. 4 hours later, Yi Shang saw signs of a fire being lit. Senior brother, from the looks of it, the fire was set yesterday. There were many of them, so they couldn't have moved too quickly. I estimate that they are only a few 100 kilometers away from us. Yishan took out a wine jug and took a sip of wine. Yes, that's right. The bones are still very fresh. Mo-chan nodded as he looked at the bones beside the fire. If something happens to the girl, it will be troublesome. We have to kill all of them. Night Sorrow didn't reject killing, but killing all of them still made him feel a little conflicted. The bandits were a group, so there must be children. Even if they didn't kill the children, without the adults to take care of them, the children would still die. It depends on the situation. If something happens to the girl, we will kill all 3 of their leaders and take their heads. The mission will be considered complete, Mo-chan said after thinking for a while. The mission introduction only mentioned the characteristics of the 3 leaders. If they couldn't save the girl, then they would take the heads of the bandits. Senior brother, if the girl is defiled by the bandits and we save her, should we also kill the bandits? Night Sorrow asked after thinking for a while. It depends on the situation. But if you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. The leaders of this bandit group must not be left alive, Mo-chan said. The 2 drank some wine and ate some dried meat before continuing on. Night Sorrow still had a lot of missions on hand, so they couldn't waste too much time. They still hadn't caught up with the bandits even when it was night time. The bandits lived in the mountains all year round, so their survival skills were very strong and their speed was also very fast. Looking at the sky, Night Sorrow was a little hesitant. It was very dangerous deep in the mountains at night. If they rashly followed the bandits, they could easily be attacked. Normally, we shouldn't chase them. But at this time, they should be setting up camp. Ride on Tianyu and search for 200 to 300 miles in the sky. If we can't find them, we will chase them tomorrow, Mo-chan suggested. Okay. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow felt that Mo-chan's idea was feasible. Tianyu, remember this place. If we can't find the target, we will come back, Night Sorrow said to Tianyu and got on Tianyu's back. Mo-chan rode on the golden-winged eagle and followed Night Sorrow and Tianyu. After ascending into the sky, Night Sorrow looked at the terrain and chose a relatively flat direction to start chasing. After an hour, Night Sorrow discovered a situation. There was smoke rising from a canyon. This was the sign of a fire. Controlling Tianyu to land, Night Sorrow carried the reincarnation spear and crept over. Traps, beast traps, hanging spear boards. Night Sorrow saw a lot of hunters' methods. This made him understand that the bandits he was looking for were most likely in the canyon. If they were cultivators who had a very strong cultivation, they wouldn't do these things. I knew or why newer previous if seeing Night Sorrow avoid one trap after another, Mo-chan understood that although Night Sorrow was young, he was definitely an experienced hunter. After creeping into the canyon, Night Sorrow carefully probed ahead. He wasn't sure if this group of people were bandits, but they were definitely hunters. If he wasn't careful, he would be discovered. Carefully creeping to one side of the canyon, Night Sorrow climbed up the canyon's mountain wall and looked towards the center. Mo-chan followed behind and stayed below the canyon's mountain wall, watching Night Sorrow's actions. With one look, Night Sorrow discovered that these people were the bandits he was looking for. According to the information provided by the big family, there were 3 bandit leaders. One had a scar on his face, one had a neck that was scratched by a demonic beast, and the last one was bald. Night Sorrow saw all 3 of them. At this moment, the bald man was sitting on a tree stump and eating barbecued meat. Beside his feet was a woman whose hands and feet were tied. She was sitting diagonally on the ground. Chapter 65. Second brother, why are you in such a hurry? Let's wait for 2 more days. If he still doesn't yield, then we'll enjoy it together. The bald leader said. Die. These two must be killed. After listening to their conversation, Night Sorrow decided to get rid of them. Even bandits had their own morals. These two were complete scum. Big brother, second brother, since she's not willing, then forget it. She's still a child. The youth with the scar on his face said. Don't say any more. There's no room for discussion. The bald leader waved his hand and said. Night Sorrow looked at the tied-up girl. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed as the youth with the scar had said. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Following the walls of the canyon, Night Sorrow slowly made his way inside. He wanted to attack from behind. For the sake of the girl's safety, he wanted to kill the bald leader as soon as possible. This time, Emo-chan did not continue to follow. He already had a rough understanding of the situation of the bandits in the canyon. The only ones who could fight were the three leaders who had just entered the element-gathering realm. The rest of the bandits were just strong hunters. Night Sorrow followed the mountain wall and circled around to the back of this group of people. He descended the mountain wall and approached the group of bandits. When he was about 15 to 15 meters away from the group of bandits, Night Sorrow took out the hand knife he used to cut barbecued meat. With a wave of his hand, he shot the knife towards the scarred second brother. At the same time, he took a step forward and stabbed his spear towards the bald leader's back. When Night Sorrow's hand knife broke through the air, the bandits knew they were being attacked. Second brother jumped and dodged the attack. When the bald leader got up, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear arrived. In a hurry, the bald leader retreated. He did not understand the situation and did not dare to act rashly. Standing at the spot where the bald leader had been sitting, Night Sorrow flicked the reincarnation spear in his hand a few times. The ropes on the girl's hands and feet were cut off by Night Sorrow. The cloth in her mouth was also shaken off by Night Sorrow's spear tip. Who are you? The bald leader saw Night Sorrow's young face and immediately felt more confident. Look at M. NB version YQ chapter section J0S5 inch. It's alright. Don't be afraid. Stand behind me. Ignoring the baldy, Night Sorrow held his reincarnation spear horizontally and shielded the girl behind him. Then, he whistled and Tianyu appeared and landed behind Night Sorrow. There's nothing wrong with being a bandit, but you must have principles. Die. Night Sorrow stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. He executed the wind-chasing spear art and the reincarnation spear was aimed at the baldy's throat. You haven't even shed your hair, what are you shouting for? You're the one who's looking for death by meddling in other people's business. Bald Big Brother pulled out the machete from his waist and slashed towards the side of Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear. At this moment, Second Brother, who had a scar on his neck, also made his move. He also used a long spear and thrust it towards Night Sorrow's waist. Crack! Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear burst forth with vibrating energy and directly shook off the baldy's machete. Then, he quickly extended his arm and pierced through the baldy's throat. After piercing through the baldy's throat, Night Sorrow's reincarnation spear reverberated and hit Second Brother's long spear, who had a terrifying scar on his neck. After shaking Second Brother's long spear away, the reincarnation spear quickly extended towards Second Brother's throat. Realizing that Bald Big Brother was dead, Second Brother retreated. He didn't want to fight anymore. Knowing that he wasn't Night Sorrow's opponent, how could he still dare to fight? He immediately retreated. Night Sorrow extended his right hand and slapped the reincarnation spear's tail with his left hand. The reincarnation spear shot out and chased after Second Brother. The reincarnation spear that was shot out by Night Sorrow's left hand was as fast as lightning. It instantly caught up with Second Brother and pierced through his chest. Night Sorrow's feet shook as he caught up with the reincarnation spear. With a shake of his right hand, he shattered second brother's internal organs. Grabbing the reincarnation spear, Night Sorrow pulled out his right hand and swung the spear towards third brother, who had a scar on his face. Don't kill him. The girl not far behind Night Sorrow shouted. Yi Shang stopped. At the moment, he was only a few feet away from the third brother with the scar. The third brother with the scar was still retreating. He still has a conscience. If he didn't stop me, I don't know what kind of situation I would be in right now. The girl said. Night Sorrow held the long spear in his hand and looked at third brother. Please show mercy. Third brother knelt on the ground with one knee. If you're afraid of death now, you shouldn't have been a bandit in the first place. Night Sorrow said coldly. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid that if I die, no one will take care of them. Third brother turned his head and looked at the bandits in tattered clothes behind him. There were women and children among the bandits. 13, forget it. They are actually refugees. It's just that their leader is scum. Chen walked out and chopped off the heads of 2 bandit leaders with 2 slashes. There are many paths to choose from in this world. The most important thing is to constantly strive for self-improvement. Night Sorrow looked at third brother and said. Brother, please don't kill my third uncle. A little girl came to Night Sorrow's side and knelt down. Okay, I won't kill him. Night Sorrow nodded his head and put the reincarnation spear back on his back. He also put away the 2 heads. He's strong and can do anything he wants. He was also a hunter some time ago. Look at him now, choosing the right path is very important. Chen shook his head helplessly and pointed at Night Sorrow. I can support myself, but they can't. Third brother said helplessly. My family is in the cloth business. We need people. If you're willing, you can come work for us. The woman looked at the man and woman in tattered clothes behind third brother and said. Thank you, sister. The kneeling little girl started to kowtow to the woman. I'm willing to be a slave if I can take care of these people in the village. Third brother said to the woman. No. You're different from those 2. I think you should be the same kind of person as them. In order to thank you for what you've done for me these past few days, I'll help you take care of these people. You can pursue your own sky. The woman glanced at Chen and Yi Shang before speaking to the scarred youth. After leaving the address for third brother, the woman walked to Night Sorrow's side. Thank you for saving us. If there's nothing else, let's go. 13, your Tianyu isn't suitable for carrying heavy loads for a long time. Let her sit with me on the golden-winged eagle. Chen said. Night Sorrow nodded and walked to Tianyu's side. Wait, can I know your name? Third brother called out to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow of Medicine Valley, Taishan Peak. If you want revenge, come find me at any time. Night Sorrow's body flashed and landed on Tianyu's back. Chen and Night Sorrow found a safe place with the woman and set up camp. After setting up camp, Night Sorrow began to meditate. Master, was that young master really a hunter in the past? The woman beside Chen looked at Night Sorrow who was meditating and asked. Yes, he became my junior 2 months ago. If he didn't come for the mission, you might have been in trouble. Chen smiled. Chapter 66. You mean that Yu Luo is quite strong? Chen asked curiously. Yes, Yu Luo is the strongest in the group just now. These days, he's been the one fighting the demonic beasts. Normally, he's not very strong, but he can transform. After transforming, he can tear apart tigers and leopards. The woman said. A special bloodline. I didn't expect it to be a special bloodline. People with special bloodlines are usually arrogant. No wonder he didn't want to be in the same boat as Baldy. However, even if he has a special bloodline, it's still impossible for him to defeat 13. Emochan smiled. He knew Night Sorrow's strength. As long as it was within rank 2, Night Sorrow could fight it. After cultivating for a night, Night Sorrow woke up in the morning. He took Tianyu out to catch 2 prey and gave one to the golden-winged eagle. Night Sorrow started a fire and roasted one for Tianyu. What's the next mission? Emochan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Ironback Bear's gallbladder. Night Sorrow cut off the roasted boar's hind leg and gave the rest to Tianyu. Ironback Bear is a rank 2 demonic beast. However, it's slow, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Emochan took a knife and gave some of the boar's leg to the woman. Night Sorrow nodded. He had some understanding of bear-type demonic beasts. Bear-type demonic beasts were known for their immense strength and violent temper. They weren't as intelligent as other demonic beasts and were at a disadvantage in terms of speed. After eating, Night Sorrow got on Tianyu's back and flew towards the ice snow mountain where the Ironback Bear roamed. The ice snow mountain was tens of thousands of meters high. Half of the mountain was covered with snow all year round. Bears were afraid of heat and cold, so there were more bears in the ice snow mountain. After half a day, Yishang and Emochan arrived at the ice snow mountain with the girl. Night Sorrow didn't control Tianyu to fly too high. The Ironback Bear was suitable for heights of 5 to 6,000 meters. Any higher and it would be the snow bear's habitat. After searching for half an hour, Night Sorrow found a lone Ironback Bear. Senior brother, this is the lone one. I will kill him, and we will return to Danding City. Night Sorrow said and prepared to go down. It's not alone, it's the Bear King. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Emochan quickly reminded Night Sorrow who was about to go down. Bear King. Senior brother, what's its cultivation base? Night Sorrow asked. Peak Tier 2. He's entered the fake core stage, Emochan said to Night Sorrow. The cultivation of a false core realm was in between the second and third order. Their strength exceeded the second order but had yet to reach the third order. Third order martial artists or demonic beasts would form an inner core. A false core was a transformation of the energy in the Dantian, but it had yet to truly form an inner core. I'll give it a try. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and felt that if it was any other demonic beast, he would have no chance of success. However, this Ironback Bear was slow, so he might have a chance. Seeing Night Sorrow's back fall from Tianyu's back, Emochan felt that there was no point in following him. Night Sorrow could face some things on his own. He was completely different from those new disciples. He was not a flower in a greenhouse, he had the ability to survive. Landing on Tianyu's back, Night Sorrow approached the Ironback Bear King. When Night Sorrow was about 200 feet away from the Ironback Bear King, the Ironback Bear King discovered Night Sorrow. It roared and rushed towards Night Sorrow. Seeing the Ironback Bear King rushing towards him, Night Sorrow scanned his surroundings and decided to fight it here. When the Ironback Bear King was about 40 feet away from Night Sorrow's feet shook and his body flashed to the back of a cedar. The Ironback Bear King, which weighed 2,000 to 3,000 jin, could not stop and rushed past the side of the cedar. The cedar that Night Sorrow was hiding in was so thick that it would take 6 or 7 people to wrap their arms around it. Even if the Ironback Bear King was ferocious, it could not directly crash into it. After charging for about 50 to 60 feet, the Ironback Bear King finally stopped and turned around to rush towards Night Sorrow again. Seeing the Ironback Bear King rushing towards him, Night Sorrow did not dodge to the side. Instead, he stomped his feet and jumped up. The instant Night Sorrow jumped up, the Ironback Bear King pounced on the spot where he was standing a moment ago. Its huge body crashed into the cedar, creating a rumbling sound. Night Sorrow's body landed and his right foot ferociously kicked the back of the Ironback Bear King's head. His body landed behind the Ironback Bear King and his reincarnation spear fiercely stabbed into the Ironback Bear King's waist. The reincarnation spear pierced 2 feet into the Ironback Bear King's body, but the intense pain caused the Ironback Bear King to wake up from its dizzy state. It turned around and was about to attack Night Sorrow, who was behind it. Ah! Night Sorrow, who had turned around with the Ironback Bear King, let out a low roar. The energy of the 6th layer of the blood-refining realm poured into his arms. His arms pushed the reincarnation spear forward and continued to stab into the Ironback Bear King's body. After cultivating the Myriad Dao Tome, Night Sorrow's arms had the strength of 2,500 kilograms even if he didn't use any cultivation techniques. Now that all the energy of the blood-refining realm was released, his strength had at least doubled. The Ironback Bear King's body was pierced by Night Sorrow's spear. Night Sorrow's hands were holding on to the Ironback Bear King's waist. Feeling that the Ironback Bear King was about to turn around, Night Sorrow's shoulder pushed against the Ironback Bear King's butt. His legs exerted force as he pushed the Ironback Bear King forward. After being pierced by Night Sorrow's spear, the Ironback Bear King was already heavily injured. It was pushed forward by Night Sorrow. F***CK. 1 step, 2 steps, Night Sorrow and the Ironback Bear began to compete. The Ironback Bear King's strength was great, but it wasn't convenient for it to push backward. Its strength was reduced by 30%, and it was constantly pushed forward by Night Sorrow. After a dozen steps, Night Sorrow pushed the Ironback Bear King to another cedar tree. The Ironback Bear King, whose body had been pierced, used its 2 front paws to push against the cedar tree, resisting Night Sorrow's push. Unable to push the Ironback Bear King away, Night Sorrow let out a low roar. His arms began to shake the reincarnation spear's shaft. He then pulled it back and stabbed it again, continuously expanding the Ironback Bear King's injuries. I wonder which one of them is the bear. The scene of Night Sorrow and the Ironback Bear fighting to the death shocked Immerse. It also stunned Huang Yu, who had just been rescued. Night Sorrow's shoulder pressed against the Ironback Bear King's buttocks. He grabbed the reincarnation spear's shaft and shook it continuously. He pulled it out a little and then stabbed it back in. A quarter of an hour later, the Ironback Bear King stopped moving. It had been bled to death by Night Sorrow while it was still alive. Then, Night Sorrow cut open the Ironback Bear's stomach, skinned it, and took out its gallbladder. He then chopped off the Ironback Bear's limbs and put them into his storage belt. Only then did he return to Tianyu's back. You are too cruel. I won't come with you next time. Immerse said. After seeing Night Sorrow kill the Ironback Bear, Immerse had a new idea. He wouldn't come with Night Sorrow in the future and would secretly protect him. Alright, let's find a place to rest for the night. We will return to Danding City tomorrow. Night Sorrow said. He didn't want to trouble Immerse. After resting for the night, Night Sorrow and Immerse brought Huang Yu back to Danding City. Immerse took the beast carriage back to the inn directly. Night Sorrow brought Huang Yu to submit the mission. After all, submitting the mission required the mission item. It wasn't something that could be completed easily. Huang Yu was the key to this mission. Huang Yu's family received the notification and took Huang Yu back. They also gave Night Sorrow 1,000 taels of gold as a reward. Is the mission on hand done? Si Kong looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Chapter 67. There are 2 more, but they aren't that difficult. I'll finish them in 2 or 3 days. Night Sorrow said to Sikong. He had a good impression of Sikong. Not only was she beautiful, but she also didn't put on airs. In addition, when he had a conflict with Ao Lai at the entrance of Tianji Tower, Sikong had shown him kindness. Once you're done, go and rest. There won't be any good missions for the next half a month if there aren't any special circumstances. Sikong said with a smile. Looking at the smiling Sikong, Yishang was a little distracted. The main reason was that Sikong was too beautiful, so beautiful that Yishang was a little dazed. What are you thinking about? Sikong looked at the distracted Night Sorrow and waved her hand in front of Night Sorrow's eyes. Nothing. I'm just curious why your family gave you such a name. Girls rarely have such names. Night Sorrow changed the topic. You know my name. That shouldn't be. Sikong looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Didn't you say that your name is Sikong? Night Sorrow was also puzzled. Sikong had said her name when she introduced herself. How could she forget? Hee, Sikong is my surname, not my name. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sikong understood that Night Sorrow treated her surname as her name. I see. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. He also felt that a beauty like Sikong shouldn't have an ordinary name. My name is Sikong Chuyu. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. What a beautiful name. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Your name is not bad. Sikong Chuyu poured himself a cup of tea and said. Is my name good? I'm an orphan. My family died, so my name is Night Sorrow. Thank you for the tea, Lord Sikong. I'll take my leave now. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and then stood up. Looking at Night Sorrow's back, Sikong Chuyu called Enforcer Dong. Send someone to investigate Night Sorrow's background. Remember, don't be hostile. After returning to the inn, Night Sorrow took out 2 bare legs, one for Zhang Dekhang and the other for his and Mo Chen's dinner. Did you turn in the quest smoothly? Mo Chen asked as he approached Night Sorrow. It's just that handing in Huang Yu's quest is a bit troublesome. His family is asking all sorts of questions, Night Sorrow said. It's inevitable. If a woman falls into a bandit's lair, even if she's rescued, she'll still be in trouble. You've been running back and forth these past few days, and you've also experienced a few battles. You should rest for a few days and improve your cultivation, Mo Chen said. Genuine F first release W. Alright, senior brother, I know there are people with the surname C. Is there anyone with the surname Sikong? Night Sorrow asked. You're talking about the woman in Tianji Tower whose cultivation even I can't see through? Mo Chen asked. He had a deep impression of Sikong Chuyu. Not only was she a natural beauty, she had the aura of a superior, and her cultivation was also ridiculously high. Yes, that's her surname, not her name, Night Sorrow said. How do you know? Mo Chen asked curiously. Her name is Sikong Chuyu. Night Sorrow said Sikong's name. Good name. I've never heard of the surname Sikong. It's very strange that she would take the initiative to tell you her name. If you weren't so young, I would have thought she was interested in you. 13, hurry up and grow up. Mo Chen said with a smile. Night Sorrow shook his head and went back to cultivate. He wanted to reach the Yuan Gathering Realm as soon as possible. Also, he wasn't far from the 7th layer of the Blood Refining Realm with the Myriad Dao Tome. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow went to do missions. This time, Mo Chen told Night Sorrow that he wouldn't follow, but in reality, he had been following Night Sorrow from a distance. After 3.5 days, Night Sorrow finished the last 2 missions and returned to Danding City. After handing in the missions, Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu chatted. Sikong, how do you exchange for the yuan increasing pill in Tianji Tower? Why? You want to exchange for the yuan increasing pill? Yes, the price isn't high, but I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Sikong looked at Night Sorrow and poured a cup of tea for Night Sorrow. Of course I'll listen to Sikong's suggestion. Night Sorrow nodded at Sikong Chiyu. You already have more than half of the points for the Black Iron token. You've reached 2/3. If you have the Ching Tong token, then the points you need to exchange for the yuan increasing pill will be reduced by 1/4. You're currently at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Before you reach the initial yuan gathering realm, you won't need the yuan increasing pill. During this time, you can raise the mission sign. Sikong Chiyu gave his suggestion. Sikong's suggestion is very good. I'll exchange for 3 yuan increasing pills. This will save me a lot of points. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, 3 is a bit too much. In theory, it's not a problem to eat 3, but it's not a good thing to increase your cultivation too quickly. Just exchange for 1 or 2. Don't reach the limit. Sikong Chiyu shook his head when he heard that Night Sorrow wanted to exchange for 3. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sikong. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Sikong Chiyu. Just call me Sikong. Don't be too polite. Remember to come early at the beginning of the month and complete more missions. It'll be much easier for you to get the bronze token. Sikong Chiyu said with a smile. He knew that Night Sorrow had already completed all the missions he had accepted. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Sikong Chiyu again and left. This little guy is a talent. Enforcer Dong walked to Sikong Chiyu's side. Of course. If there are no accidents, the name Night Sorrow will resound throughout the Eastern Xian domain in a few years. Sikong Chiyu said. The results are out. Take a look, Sikong. Enforcer Dong handed a treatment book to Sikong Chiyu. Bone age, 14. Orphan. He was raised by the village chief of Zhuyuan village near South Sky City. A few months ago, he was a hunter with no cultivation. He should be the most outstanding hunter in Zhuyuan village. Enforcer Dong gave the information to Sikong Chiyu and introduced the contents of the information. From no cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining in 4 months. Even with abundant resources, this speed is outrageous. His blood and Qi are vigorous, and his body is very strong. Even if he doesn't use true Qi, he can still kill opponents of the same level. The most important point is his fighting talent. From his battle at the gate that day and the corpses of the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the Ironback Bear King, it seems that he was born for fighting. Sikong Chiyu said. Medicine Valley has found a treasure. By the way, when will you go back, Sikong? Enforcer Dong asked. Go back. Why should I go back? Listen to the family's arrangements and do what I don't like. A layer of frost appeared on Sikong Chiyu's face. But Sikong, you can't hide for long like this. Enforcer Dong said. It doesn't matter. This is the family's current thinking. My father and mother know that I came out. They didn't stop me. I will prove my value. As long as I break through, the family won't say anything. Sikong Chiyu said. Chapter 68. After returning to the inn, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. He planned to cultivate the myriad Dao tome to the 7th layer first. Night Sorrow's true energy had just advanced, so it would take some time for him to break through to the yuan gathering stage. However, his myriad Dao tome had reached the 6th layer for a long time and had already reached the peak of the 6th layer. Night Sorrow felt that a breakthrough would happen soon. Without any missions to do, Night Sorrow ate the spirit congealing pill and blood essence pill to cultivate at night. During the day, he cultivated the chasing wind spear art and suppressing mountain hand. Fortunately, Zhang Dekhang had arranged a separate room for Night Sorrow and Mo Qin. Otherwise, it would have caused a shock. As for the spirit congealing pill and blood essence pill, Night Sorrow did not have any concerns. He had checked Feng Chen's alchemy manual. Continuous use of auxiliary pills only had pill poison, but it would not cause problems with energy instability. Night Sorrow had already cultivated 18 waves of oscillating energy. It was almost 3 waves of true energy every time he advanced. After cultivating the chasing wind spear art once again, he glanced at the dishes Zhang Dekhang brought over. Night Sorrow nodded to Mo Chen and went to take a bath. Zhang Dekhang already knew Night Sorrow's cultivation time. After Night Sorrow finished cultivating, Zhang Dekhang would send servants to bring over food, but not wine. He knew that Night Sorrow and Mo Chen would drink the wine he brought. After taking a bath, Night Sorrow put on a linen robe and came to the table, sitting opposite Mo Chen. 13. This outfit might look old-fashioned on other people. It might not look elegant. However, on you, it looks very natural and refined, Mo Chen said with a smile. Senior brother, don't joke with me. What do we drink today? The azure blood wine is enough for the 2 of us to drink once, Night Sorrow said. Then let's drink with Uncle Nyo. That's wine for men, Mo Chen said. You mean my azure blood wine is not for men to drink? Then don't drink it in the future. Aoi appeared in front of the 2. 6th senior sister. Night Sorrow stood up and greeted Aoi. 6th senior sister, that's not what I meant. Mo Chen hurriedly explained when he saw Aoi. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. 13th senior sister brought you some wine. Qing Ji took out a purple clay jug and handed it to Yishang. Thank you, 6th senior sister. Night Sorrow said as he put away the wine jar. He knew that this was the jar used to store the azure blood wine. The first 4 shots of the original PF version, 6th senior sister, you're too biased. Seeing that Night Sorrow had the azure blood brew while he didn't, Mo Chen immediately became anxious. Aoi glared at Mo Chen and said, What's the rush? Are you going to talk behind my back again? I don't dare. I really didn't. Mo Chen felt very innocent and didn't say anything. Okay, I'll stop joking with you guys. 13. Who did you offend? Our Taishan Peak disciples outside received news that someone hired assassins to kill you. Master told me to come and take a look. Aoi said. Damn it. It can't be anyone other than Ao Yushan. That bastard even dares to do this. Mo Chen said angrily. What happened? Aoi frowned and asked. She knew that Night Sorrow and Mo Chen must have had a conflict with Ao Yushan recently. Night Sorrow didn't need to say anything. Mo Chen told her the cause of the matter. Aoi's face was as cold as ice. She paced back and forth in thought. Go straight to him. He won't admit it without evidence. If we just let him do whatever he wants, it's not the style of our Taishan Peak. 11. Continue to accompany 13 on missions. You guys don't have to worry about this anymore. I'll make him regret it. Aoi made a decision after thinking for a while. 6th senior sister, what do you plan to do? Mo Chen asked. Isn't he playing dirty? Then we'll play along with him. I'll call old 8 and old 9. The Ao family won't be able to rest in peace. We can play dirty too. Let's see who's more ruthless. Aoi said coldly. This month's Black Iron missions were done poorly by 13. He'll stay here and cultivate. I'll accompany you guys to mess with them. Mo Chen said. Okay. 13 will stay here and cultivate. We'll take care of this old thing. Aoi knew Mo Chen's character. She didn't object. Even if she did, it would be useless. Mo Chen's pursuit of Luo Sihai for more than 10 years was a good example. Yishang originally wanted to stop Ao Yushan, but after thinking that he couldn't stop Ao Yushan, he didn't say anything. Ao Yushan wasn't just targeting him, he was also slapping Tai Xian Peak's face. Qing Ji and the others couldn't tolerate this. Aoi, Night Sorrow, and Mo Chen ate something and left. She was going to call Yang Lei and Shi Tianlin. Yu Yangyu took this matter very seriously. How could he not be angry when someone hired an assassin to kill his disciple? Tai Xian Peak had more than 40 official second-generation disciples. Compared to the other peaks, it was a small number. However, they were all strong. A while ago, when Tai Tsang's disciple went out to look for herbs, he heard about this from a friend. He immediately stopped looking for herbs and returned to Tai Xian Peak to report. Senior brother, this matter won't involve too many people, right? Night Sorrow was still a little worried. It's nothing. Ao Yushan's family business isn't small. He's the junior brother of Yuan Tai, the peak master of Wangyun Peak. He's not very talented. He just relied on time to get to where he is. There are many ways to deal with him. Cut off his source of income, cripple a few of his juniors, set fire to his house, and he'll be honest. Mo Chen took a sip of wine and said. Won't he report it to the sect? Probably not. Night Sorrow understood after asking. Ao Yushan wouldn't report it to the sect. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, he knew what was going on. Once the truth was out, the Taixian Peak would be furious. Even 10 Ao Yushan wouldn't be enough. Smart. Let the senior brothers and sisters handle this. You just focus on your cultivation and try to enter the Yuan gathering level as soon as possible. Mo Chen said to Night Sorrow. After finishing the wine, Night Sorrow went to cultivate. He believed that Aoi and the others would handle this matter well. There was nothing to worry about. Aoi and the others were not to be trifled with. Ao Yushan should be the one suffering. In the following days, Night Sorrow worked hard on his cultivation. He didn't know that the Danding city was about to be turned upside down. The city lord's caravan was robbed. Ao Kachang, who was escorting the caravan, had his legs broken. The Ao clan's medicine store was smashed. The city lord Ao Yushan's grandson, Ao Bing, offended someone when he was drinking. His teeth were knocked out, and he didn't even see who did it. Things happened one after another. Some people could tell that someone was targeting the city lord Ao Yushan. When Ao Lai was carried back, Ao Yushan smashed the table with his palm. Ao Lai was crippled, and he could no longer be a man. Big brother, we've offended someone we shouldn't have. Could it be the Taixian Peak? Ao Yukuan looked at his brother and said. He was the vice city lord of Danding City. He could tell that if they didn't deal with this, the Ao clan wouldn't be able to survive in Danding City. He also knew that Ao Yushan wanted to kill Night Sorrow. Hua Wuji, was it leaked? Ao Yushan looked at his trusted aide, Hua Wuji. I can't say for sure. Recently, I've contacted a few groups of assassins. They didn't accept the mission. I can't be sure if one of them leaked it. Hua Wuji bowed and said. Chapter 69. Now they know that we can't make a fuss, so they are doing this. If we don't do anything, the situation will become more and more passive, Oyukuin said. I understand. The key is how to resolve this situation. Since Tai Xian Peak has made a move, it means that they know that we are looking for assassins. They will not give up easily. Ao Yushan wished he could cut down Ao Lai, who was lying there and screaming. Ao Yukuin looked at Ao Lai and was very angry. If he hadn't provoked someone he shouldn't have, this wouldn't have happened. Bear with it for now. Tell everyone in the family not to go out. Tell the caravans and medicine shops to stop doing business first. Maybe they will calm down when they see that we admit defeat. Ao Yushan could only think of this solution. However, things were not over yet. Overnight, the medicine warehouse of the Ao family was set on fire and all the tamed animals in the training ground were killed. This caused the Ao family to suffer a great loss. It could be said that they suffered a great loss. Ao Yushan's eyes turned blue when he heard the news in the city lord's office. In the end, he decided to ask his master for help. His master was the elder of Medicine Valley. Medicine Valley was divided into 12 peaks. Each peak had its own master, elders, and guardians. Medicine Valley also had the elders and guardians who were in charge of the 12 peaks. The elders of Medicine Valley were superior to the masters and elders of each peak. Positive, version ahead _m kg, there were 2 ways to produce a master of each peak. One was to be a disciple of the master of the peak. The other was to be a master of Medicine Valley who was outstanding. Ao Yushan and Yuan Tai were both disciples of Lu Qinyun, the 4th elder of Medicine Valley. Now that Ao Yushan couldn't control the situation, he could only explain the situation to his master and ask for help from Medicine Valley to stop Taishan Peak. Ao Yushan told Lu Qinyun about the situation at the back of Danding Peak in Medicine Valley. What a good for nothing. You're still looking for assassins. You're shooting yourself in the foot. They didn't follow the rules in Danding City. You couldn't suppress them, so you came back to find people to deal with them. What is this? Do you think Yu Yangyu is easy to talk to? Lu Qinyun was furious after hearing Yu Yangyu's report. He knew that it was hard to talk to Yu Yangyu, especially when it came to his disciples. That was his reverse scale. The incident with Guan Yu was an example. At that time, Yu Yangyu didn't give face to anyone. Lu Qinyun's seniority was higher than Yu Yangyu's, but his strength was not as good as Yu Yangyu's. Using the power of the sect to suppress Yu Yangyu was useless. Not to mention that Yu Yangyu had a good relationship with the Great Elder and the Valley Master. Yu Yangyu also had a master. Knight Sorrow didn't know about this. He was in the middle of breaking through to the 7th level of the blood refining realm. To break through to the 6th level of the blood refining realm, one needed to open the dragon tendons in the 4 limbs. To break through to the 7th level, one needed to open the small tendons in the hands and feet to strengthen the body. The hands and feet took up very little space in the body, but they were the most important places to attack in battle. Furthermore, the tendons were the most abundant. Knight Sorrow's dragon tendons, neck, and 4 limbs were all filled with energy. Now he had enough energy to continue developing his body. He was developing his hands and feet. This time, the one helping Knight Sorrow was Tianyu. Mo Qin, Aoi, Yang Lei, and Shi Tianlin were dealing with Ao Yushan. As the myriad Dao Tome's energy surged, the tendons in Knight Sorrow's hands were opened one by one. At this moment, Knight Sorrow only felt one thing: pain. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. The energy surging through the tendons in the hands and feet brought Knight Sorrow too much pain. After using 6 hours to open the tendons in his hands and feet, Knight Sorrow's entire body was soaked with sweat. Even his hair was stuck to his face. After successfully breaking through, Knight Sorrow stretched out his hands and clenched his fists. Immediately, cracking sounds came from his hands. Knight Sorrow knew that the strength in his hands had increased by a lot. After leaving the room, Knight Sorrow saw his 2 senior sisters, 8th senior brother Shi Tianlin, and 11th senior brother drinking tea in the courtyard. I'm going to take a bath first. Knight Sorrow finished speaking and went to take a bath. What the hell is 13 cultivating? Why is he so miserable? Shi Tianlin frowned as he watched Knight Sorrow go to take a bath. If Master hears this, he'll definitely beat you up. can't you see that his blood chi has increased by a lot? Aoi looked at Shi Tianlin and said. That's because he's cultivating a special technique. This will delay his cultivation of true chi, Shi Tianlin said. 8th senior brother, 13's cultivation is now at chi refining stage 9. How long has it been since he entered the sect? How is it delayed? Yang Lei said with a smile. Yeah, no matter how fast he is, his foundation will be unstable. Shi Tianlin nodded. Senior brothers, senior sisters. After taking a bath, Night Sorrow came over to greet them. You've grown a lot taller. How's your cultivation? Yang Lei asked after pouring a cup of tea for Night Sorrow. Thank you for your concern, 9th senior sister. Everything's going well. How about you guys? How's everything going? Night Sorrow asked. Of course it's going well. That old dog is pissed off now. Our people noticed that he went to Pill Cauldron Mountain. He's probably looking for the sect to settle it, Yang Lei said with a smile. I don't know how the sect will deal with this. They'll probably stop us, right? Mo Chen said. Right now, we need to think about how to compensate him. If he can't give us a satisfactory compensation, then he'll continue to torture us, Aoi said. Senior brothers, senior sisters, be careful. Don't push him too far. Night Sorrow was a little worried. 13, don't worry. If he has the strength to attack us, he won't go to the sect, Shi Tianlin said with a smile. As they chatted, Night Sorrow took out 2 bare legs from his storage belt and had Zhang Dekhang prepare them. 13, pay more attention to actual combat. I heard that each peak has outstanding outer disciples participating in this year's competition. Their target is our Taishian Peak's 13 newcomers. Currently, our 13 newcomers aren't too far behind in cultivation, but their actual combat ability still needs to be tested. The only ones who can truly fight are Ma Zhuang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning. But if we want to take first place in the competition, we'll still have to rely on you, Yang Lei said. I'll do my best. Night Sorrow nodded. After chatting with Night Sorrow for a while, they left to continue looking for opportunities to deal with Ao Yushan. After chatting with Night Sorrow for a while, they left to continue looking for opportunities to deal with Ao Yushan. On the other hand, Night Sorrow had to adapt to his 7th level blood refinement realm strength as quickly as possible. It was almost the beginning of the month and he had to fight for missions. He cultivated steadily for 2 days. While increasing his chi cultivation, he also stabilized his 7th level blood refinement realm cultivation. Early in the morning, Danding City was very quiet. Night Sorrow arrived at Tianji Tower early. When he arrived, Tianji Tower was still closed, so he waited for a while. The moment Tianji Tower opened, Night Sorrow entered Tianji Tower. As soon as Yi Shang entered the Empyrean Terminus Tower, he saw Sikong Chuyu, who was wearing a light blue robe and a veil, walking down the stairs. Behind her were Enforcer Dong and 2 managers of the Empyrean Terminus Tower. You're here. Sikong Chuyu greeted Night Sorrow with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded. I'm here to accept a mission. Chapter 70. After receiving the mission list from Sikong Chuyu, Night Sorrow didn't even bother to drink the tea that the waiter had brought him. He started to list the missions. This one, and this one. Night Sorrow accepted 15 missions in one go. It could be said that he had accepted all the Black Iron missions that didn't waste his energy and had high points. Send them to Enforcer Dong. After helping Night Sorrow organize the missions, Sikong Chuyu handed the mission list to the waiter. Thank you very much. Night Sorrow knew that the Sikong Chuyu's help was a big reason why he was able to accept the missions so easily. It's nothing. After you finish this mission, you will probably be able to enter the Bronze Order level. There's no need to rush now. Take your time and drink your tea. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. You look so beautiful when you smile. Night Sorrow took a sip of tea and said. This came from his heart, so it didn't sound fake. Instead, it sounded very sincere. Do you often say this to girls? Sikong Chuyu looked into Night Sorrow's eyes and asked. I only know 2 senior sisters. The other one is my 3rd senior brother's disciple. Sorry for being rude. At this moment, Night Sorrow felt that what he had said just now might have been inappropriate. He immediately stood up and apologized. Latest chapter Unspecified Currency Section 2 Supra, 3U, sit down. I know you don't mean anything else. You just said whatever comes to your mind. It's very sincere. By the way, you have a mission to collect purple gold ore, right? Sikong Chuyu asked. Yes. The mission location is a little far. Even if I have a flying demon beast, it will take me 2 days to get there. Night Sorrow nodded. Purple gold ore was a rare material for refining weapons. Now that Danding City was in short supply, someone had issued this mission. I have a mission to hunt down a purple gold lizard. When are you going? Give me a shout, Sikong Chuyu said. Alright, then I'll finish all the quests that have a time limit and come look for you. Night Sorrow nodded. When Night Sorrow and Sikong Chuyu came out of the private room, the lobby of Tianji Tower was bustling again. Many of them were disciples of the Medicine Valley, including Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun. There were also disciples of the Wangyun Peak. In addition, Night Sorrow also saw the Enlightenment who helped him in the Grass Valley. Thank you for your help last time, Senior Enlightenment. Night Sorrow greeted Enlightenment. Don't. There's a difference in seniority. I'm a 3rd-generation disciple of Danding Peak. You're my junior master. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Enlightenment hurriedly waved his hand. In Medicine Valley, seniority was very important. If word got out that Night Sorrow called him senior brother, there would be a big problem. Is that so? I didn't know. Are you here for a mission too? Night Sorrow asked. That's right. I've brought a few outer sect disciples of Danding Peak here to pick up some missions to train them up. I wonder which B** took all the good missions away. Qi Ming said angrily. Night Sorrow was depressed. How did he become a bastard just because he accepted some missions? What I want to say is that Night Sorrow accepted quite a number of missions. Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow's troubled face and said. Junior Master, I don't mean anything else. I don't mean to scold you. Hearing Sikong Chuyu's words, Qiming froze for a moment, and his face immediately turned green. This problem could be big or small. If the horny students of Tai Xian Peak knew about it, then their days would not be easy. I know. It's okay. Let's drink together when we have time. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Although he was depressed, he knew that enlightenment did not mean it. Besides, he still owed enlightenment a favor. Why would he care about this? That's good. Go ahead, Junior Master. Qiming saw that Yishang was not fussing, so he thought even more highly of Yishang. These days, there were too many second-generation masters. It was common for them to flaunt their prowess by relying on their father's or master's reputation, but Yishang was still calm. After exiting the gates of the Celestial Terminus Tower, Yishang turned around and waved at Sikong Chuyu. Then, he got on the beast carriage and headed towards the city gate. There were a few missions that had a time limit, so he had to hurry up and complete them. While Night Sorrow was doing his mission, the First Elder and the Fourth Elder of Medicine Valley, Lu Qinyun, took Ao Yushan to Jingxin Cliff of Taishan Peak. Jingshin Cliff was where Yu Yangyu lived. When the three of them arrived at Jingshin Cliff, Nan Nan and Gong Xian were asking Yu Yangyu some questions about cultivation. First Elder and Fourth Elder are here. Please take a seat. Yu Yangyu cupped his hands at the First Elder who was holding a walking stick. Your place is much quieter. The First Elder smiled and sat down. Yangyu, I've brought my good-for-nothing disciple here to apologize to you, Lu Qinyun said. Yu Yangyu lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He did not say anything. Yangyu, this matter needs to be resolved. The Fourth Elder also just found out about it. Didn't he come here immediately? The First Elder said when he saw the awkward silence. Then I won't beat around the bush. Ao Yushan, how dare you hire assassins to deal with my disciple? If anything happens to my disciple, I'll wipe out your entire family. Yu Yangyu waved his sleeve and slapped Ao Yushan, causing him to stagger. I was confused. Ao Yushan did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. You dare to touch my junior brother. I'll kill you. Gong Xian, who did not know about this matter, stood up with a murderous look on his face. Calm down. Yu Yangyu stopped Gong Xian. Yangyu, Yushan is in the wrong. Now that the Ao family has suffered heavy losses, let's see how we can settle this. Lu Qinyun said. First Elder, what do you think? Yu Yangyu looked at the First Elder and asked. I'm just a middleman for you. Let's sit down and settle this matter. It's up to you how you want to settle it. The First Elder shook his head. I'm willing to compensate. Tell them to stop messing around, A Yushan said with a bitter face. How? If there are people who secretly deal with my Taishian Peak's disciples in the future and ask for compensation after being discovered, how can this matter be settled? Yu Yangyu snorted coldly. Yangyu, I'll vouch for him this time. If he still holds a grudge and does anything else, I'll kill him myself, Lu Qinyun said. I'll give face to the Fourth Elder and the First Elder. Tell me your compensation. Yu Yangyu said. I'll give you 30 upper-grade spirit stones and a courtyard in the Longquan Mountain, A Yushan said. Lu Qinyun really wanted to slap Ao Yushan. Yu Yangyu said that he would give face to him and the First Elder, so he only needed to compensate them appropriately. Now that he had to compensate them with 30 upper-grade spirit stones and a courtyard in the Longquan Mountain, his heart ached. 30 upper-grade spirit stones were all the Ao family had. The Fourth Elder only had this much. As for the courtyard in the Longquan Mountain Villa, it was even more precious. There were two scenic spots around Danding City. One was the Green Stone Forest, and the other was the Longquan Mountain. At the foot of the Longquan Mountain was the Skywater Lake. The Longquan Mountain Villa only had one courtyard, which was the property of the Ao family. This courtyard was precious not only because of the land, but also because it was located in a natural formation. It could absorb the water spirit chi of the Skywater Lake, which could calm people's mind. Then let's do it. Gong Xian, you go and receive it and give it to 13, Yu Yangyu said. Chapter 71. Lu Qinyun and Ao Yushan's expressions changed. Great Elder, it's not that serious, is it? Lu Qinyun asked. This is an order from the Grand Elder Council. There are some things that you don't need to know. Also, let me tell you, Yushan has my medallion on him right now. Nothing happened to him, but if something did happen, humph. The Grand Elder harumphed twice, then stood up and left. Look at what you've done. Lu Qinyun glared at Ao Yushan and left without caring about it. Alright, Gong Xian, follow him and complete the task. Yu Yangyu waved to Gong Xian and Ao Yushan. Ao Yushan, who walked down Taishian Peak, was still in shock. He knew that he had asked for peace, or the consequences would be very serious. This time, Night Sorrow completed all 5 missions with a time limit before returning to the Celestial Terminus Tower. Sikong Chuyu was not there. Night Sorrow handed in the tasks to the ordinary staff and returned to the inn. In the inn, Night Sorrow saw Aoi, Yang Lei, and Mo Chin. To his surprise, Gong Xian was also there. "Little 13, you're back. How are the tasks?" Gong Xian asked with a smile. "I've completed all the time-limited tasks. The rest can be done slowly." "Why are you here, great senior brother?" Night Sorrow sat down and asked. "To give you something good. Ao Yushan gave in and gave you 30 high-grade spirit stones. I'm so jealous." Gong Xian handed a bag of spirit stones to Night Sorrow. "I don't want this. Great senior brother, you can take it and distribute it to the senior brothers and sisters." Night Sorrow pushed the bag of spirit stones back to Gong Xian. "This is what you should take." Gong Xian shook his head. "I need spirit stones. I'll work hard. These are what you guys fought for. I don't want them." Night Sorrow shook his head. Gong Xian and Yang Lei looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Alright, your 2 senior brothers and senior sister have also worried a lot during this period of time. Old 6th, you guys take it and divide it." Gong Xian handed the bag of spirit stones to Qing Ji. "How can we do that?" 13, you can take it. It's all for senior brothers and sisters. Don't mind it." Aoi said. 6th senior sister, I really don't need it now. You guys can have it." Night Sorrow said. "Us senior brothers and senior sisters will face difficulties together. If there is wine and meat, we will eat together. Each of us will get 2 pieces and give the rest to Master." Aoi made her decision. She opened the bag, took out 2 spirit stones, and pushed them in front of Night Sorrow. This time, Night Sorrow didn't refuse. He also took 2 spirit stones. Aoi's words were reasonable. If he didn't take it, it meant that he didn't agree. Yang Lei and Shi Tianlin each took 2 spirit stones. Then, they passed the bag to Gong Xian. "We'll divide the spirit stones like this. There's also a compensation. 13, come with me to receive it later." Gong Xian said. "Receive what?" Night Sorrow took a sip of tea and asked. "There are 2 compensation. One is spirit stones, and the other is a villa. You don't have to stay in the inn in Danding City anymore. Let's go now." Gong Xian stood up and said. "Dekhang, arrange 2 servants to help 13 look after the villa." Mo Chen said to Zhang Dekhang when they left the inn. After finding 2 beast carriages, the group took the 2 servants arranged by Zhang Dekhang and walked towards the south gate of Danding City. After exiting the city gate, it took an hour for the group to reach the lakeside of Skywater Lake. They arrived at a very simple manor. When they arrived at the entrance of the manor, a steward appeared. "Excuse me, are you from Tai Xian Peak? Is Master Knight here?" "I am Night Sorrow." Night Sorrow took 2 steps forward and said. "The city lord said that if Master Knight is here, we can leave. This is the deed." The old butler handed a brocade box to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow opened the brocade box and saw that it was the deed for the villa. It also included the ownership of the surrounding 30 miles. In other words, this area was private property. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The old butler bowed to Night Sorrow and the others and left with a few servants. 13, this will be your territory from now on. Xiao Liuzi, you guys go and tidy up. Mo Chen shouted to one of the servants sent by Zhang Dekhang. This person had been serving him and Night Sorrow for a long time and was quite familiar with him. Okay. Xiao Liuzi ran in and opened the door. 11. You have a sense of accomplishment when you call him Xiao Liuzi. Aoi squinted at Mo Chin. Gosh. 6th senior sister, don't think too much. I didn't mean it. Hearing Aoi's words, Mo Chin slapped his forehead. He knew that he shouldn't call him Xiao Liuzi in the future. The villa was very grand. Not to mention the surrounding pavilions, the 3-story main building was very grand. There were wood and stone carvings in the whole. These decorations are expensive. Why didn't they take them away? Yang Lei sat on an armchair and said. He's trying to be friendly. He knows that if we can't take this lying down, we won't let him off. Gong Xian also sat down. Entering this villa gives me a refreshing feeling. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and said. Yang Lei and Night Sorrow strolled back and forth in the hall, looking at the villa. Gong Xian talked about the most precious parts of the villa and the natural formation. Look at 6th edition #, Chapter 1. No wonder 13 said that he felt relaxed and happy. I also feel that my mind is clear, Qing Ji said. Eldest senior brother, look. Night Sorrow took out the brocade box. Stop. I know what you want to say. There's no need for so many things between us brothers. Just take it. This was arranged by First Elder and Master. Gong Xian directly interrupted Night Sorrow. He knew that Night Sorrow didn't want it, so he quickly covered Night Sorrow's mouth. 13. Just stay. Don't make things difficult for our senior brother. Besides, our senior brothers and sisters have their own strongholds in the future, right? Mo Chin said. All right then. Night Sorrow didn't refuse. Go get us something to eat. We want to have a drink. Mo Chin called out to Little Six. He didn't dare to call out to Little Six because he was afraid that Aoi would punish him. Taishan Peak disciples had an order of seniority. The younger ones would always listen to the older ones, even if they were wrong. This was Yu Yang Yu's rule. Therefore, Mo Chen and Shi Tianlin didn't refute Aoi and Yang Lei's words. 13. Leave a pavilion for 9th senior sister. She'll be in seclusion soon, Yang Lei said to Night Sorrow. Of course, we definitely will. There are so many pavilions here. Senior brothers and sisters will all have a place, said Yi Shang. While Little Six was preparing to eat, Night Sorrow and the others strolled back and forth in the villa, looking at it. They're all precious trees. The rockery is made of black jade. The pond is made of green jade. The Ao family is really powerful, Mo Chen said with some emotion in the garden in front of the villa. You don't know. This was passed down from the ancestors of the Ao family for who knows how many years. Therefore, the Ao family suffered a great loss this time, Gong Xian said. Chapter 72. There were odd job workers and maidservants in secluded forest cottage. Odd job workers were registered in the Medicine Valley, but maidservants were not. Maidservants belonged to individuals. The maidservants in secluded forest cottage were rescued by Qing Ji when she was out training. Senior sister, am I that kind of person? Night Sorrow said with a wry smile. I'm not saying you're that kind of person. I just have to remind you of something, Aoi said with a smile. Actually, your 6th senior sister is right. Many women are more scheming. Someone like you is their goal to change their life and destiny, Gong Xian said. I understand, Night Sorrow nodded. After eating and staying for a while, Gong Xian, Aoi, and Shi Tianlin left. Yang Lei was going to cultivate in seclusion at Night Sorrow's place. Emo-chan had nothing else to do, so he planned to watch over Night Sorrow for a while longer. Yang-lei chose a loft near Skywater Lake and let out her blue condor. Emo-chan also chose a place near the main building. Night Sorrow arranged for Tianyu to stay in the area next to the main building. After that, Night Sorrow left some gold notes for Little Six to buy some demon corpses to feed his, always, and Emo-chan's flying beasts. He also wanted to buy a beast carriage. After explaining everything, Yishang went to cultivate. After settling down for 2 days, Night Sorrow took the beast carriage to Tianji Tower. He told the staff that he wanted to see Sikong Chuyu because he was going to do the purple gold mine mission. After Night Sorrow drank a cup of tea, Sikong Chuyu, who was wearing a long robe and a veil, came to the private room. "You're here. Are you going to do the purple gold mine mission?" Sikong Chuyu pulled the veil and sat down. "That's right. I've already finished the missions with a tight time limit. I was afraid that you'd be anxious, so I wanted to do the purple gold mine first," Night Sorrow said. "Okay, is there anything else you need to prepare?" Sikong Chuyu asked. "No, what about you?" Night Sorrow asked. "There's nothing much to prepare. Let's go." Sikong Chuyu stood up and said. Once they were out of Tianji Tower, the two of them hailed a beast carriage and headed out of Danding City. "What compensation did Ao Yushan give you this time?" Sitting in the beast carriage, Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. 30 spirit stones and a courtyard. "How did you know?" After answering, Night Sorrow asked in astonishment. "You don't know much about Tianji Tower. You can tell them some things." "As long as Tianji Tower wants to know, they'll know," Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow moved his body. He was sitting face to face with Sikong Chuyu. Sikong Chuyu's breath made him feel uneasy. "What's wrong with you?" "There's no need to reject me. I don't mean any harm," Sikong Chuyu explained. She saw Night Sorrow move his body and thought Night Sorrow was rejecting her. "I know." Night Sorrow took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "And, don't think too much about it. The Empyrean Extreme Tower has issued all kinds of missions, so the Empyrean Extreme Tower in various places are aware of the movements of various forces. However, none of them are hostile," Sikong Chuyu said. "I understand." Yishang nodded and didn't say anything else. Seeing that Yishang didn't speak, Sikong Chuyu also didn't continue to speak. She felt that Yishang was a bit strange. Although he said he was rejecting her, he wasn't rejecting her, but his situation was clearly different from before. After leaving Danding City, Sikong Chuyu paid the fare. "Where's your flying tamed beast?" Sikong Chuyu asked Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and let Tianyu out. After exiting the tamed beast space, Tianyu let out a cry and rubbed his head against Night Sorrow's shoulder. "This is an ancient mutant with the bloodline of the ancient Azure Rock and intelligence?" Sikong Chuyu asked in surprise. Looking at Tianyu, Sikong Chuyu asked. "My master said that he has the bloodline of the ancient Azure Rock and Xuanluan. However, he's still young and his bloodline power hasn't awakened yet," Night Sorrow said as he stroked Tianyu. "Your master really treasures you. He got you such a promising beast," Sikong Chuyu said as she looked at Tianyu. "No, it was injured a while ago. I brought it back to my place and it followed me. It even saved my life." Night Sorrow reached out and smoothed the feathers on Tianyu's neck. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Sikong Chuyu straightened her body and began to look at Night Sorrow. She now felt that Night Sorrow was even more ridiculous than Tianyu. He could casually pick up a beast with the bloodline of an ancient mutant beast. Wasn't that even more unbelievable? "Sikong, do you have a flying beast?" Night Sorrow asked. Although I really want to sit on your flying demonic beast, I do have a flying demonic beast. Sikong Chuyu raised her jade arm, and a fiery red flying demonic beast appeared in Yishang's field of vision. When the fiery red flying beast appeared, Tianyu stretched out his body and got into an attacking posture. Tianyu. Night Sorrow stood in front of Tianyu. /Moinute, chapter *top, Fire Phoenix. Sikong Chuyu also stood in front of the fiery red flying beast. At this moment, Night Sorrow finally had the time to carefully look at Sikong Chuyu's flying beast. It was a fiery red flying beast that was several times larger than Tianyu's body. It was very similar to the phoenix that Night Sorrow had seen in the Fae catalog. It has the bloodline of an ancient mutant beast, the Fire Phoenix. Because it is female, I call it the Fire Phoenix, Sikong Chuyu said. It is indeed very handsome. Night Sorrow had to nod his head. The Fire Phoenix was now much more impressive than Tianyu. After all, it was in a different stage of growth. However, Tianyu didn't admit defeat and kept staring at the Fire Phoenix with his golden eyes. How about this? Your Tianyu is still young and will be slower. You can ride the Fire Phoenix with me. Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow and said. Sikong, you go first. I will take my time. Night Sorrow understood that following Sikong Chuyu wasn't just on the way. It was completely borrowing her light. It's okay. This is a mining mission. Let's go. Sikong Chuyu could see that Night Sorrow didn't want to trouble her. This made her think even more highly of Night Sorrow. This was a proud character that didn't accept charity. I think it's better not. Night Sorrow shook his head. What's wrong with you? I've waited for a few days, and you're not coming. Aren't we friends? Sikong Chuyu finished speaking and walked to Night Sorrow's side. She grabbed Night Sorrow's arm and floated onto the Fire Phoenix's back. Then, she let the Fire Phoenix fly into the sky. When the Fire Phoenix flew into the sky, Tianyu also flew into the sky. Sikong, I. Night Sorrow didn't know what to say. Not friends. Sikong had helped him a few times, but he wasn't used to this. Well, it's just a mission together. When we reach the place, you do your thing. I won't help you. Sikong said with a smile. At the same time, she let go of Night Sorrow's arm and moved to the back of the Fire Phoenix's neck. She pulled the veil and sat down. Thank you, Sikong. Night Sorrow also sat down. You idiot, can't you come over here? The wind is so strong over there. Seeing Night Sorrow sit down at the back of the Fire Phoenix, Sikong said with some disappointment. Chapter 73. Looking at Night Sorrow's slightly red face, Sikong Chuyu understood what was going on. Night Sorrow was nervous and embarrassed. Go starter to 0-inch Sikong, how about I put Tianyu away? Your Fire Phoenix is too fast. If Tianyu flies at full speed for too long, it won't be able to withstand it. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Night Sorrow said. Sikong Chuyu nodded and controlled the Fire Phoenix to slow down. Then, he let Night Sorrow put Tianyu back into the beast taming space. In a day's time, Sikong Chuyu and Night Sorrow arrived at the Purple Gold Mountain. After controlling the Fire Phoenix to land, Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow. Let's go hunt the Purple Gold Beast King first. There must be high purity purple gold where it lives. I'll listen to you. Night Sorrow nodded. Okay, then let's go. Sikong Chuyu led the way in front. Sikong, what level is the Purple Gold Beast King? Night Sorrow, who was beside Sikong Chuyu, asked. According to the mission, the Purple Gold Beast King is a rank 4 beast. Sikong Chuyu threw out words that made Night Sorrow dumbfounded. Ah! Night Sorrow was stunned. He had never even seen a rank 3 Beast King before. Now, Sikong Chuyu wanted to kill a rank 4 Beast King. Hee hee. Why are you so nervous? I'm the one who's going to kill it, not you. Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. I'm not nervous. I'm shocked. I didn't expect Sikong to be so powerful. Night Sorrow knew that Sikong's cultivation was high. The lowest was rank 4 Spirit Severing Stage or above. Mo Chen, who was at the peak of core condensation, couldn't see through her cultivation. When you reach my age, you will be even more powerful than me. Sikong did not reveal his cultivation level. Then Sikong, how old are you this year? Night Sorrow regretted the moment he asked the question. It was a little rude to ask such a question to a woman. You also know that this question is inappropriate. Seeing the change in Yishang's expression, Sikong Chuyu understood Yishang's psychological situation. I'm sorry, Night Sorrow said after a moment of hesitation. Sikong Chuyu smiled and walked up Mount Jijin without another word. The Purple Gold Mountain had a radius of several thousand miles, but there were not many places that produced purple gold. Many people came here to seek for gold, but very few people had any gains. The most common demonic beast on Mount Jijin was the Purple Gold Beast. This demonic beast relied on consuming purple gold to survive. Its level was not high, but its combat power was very strong. High-level cultivators disdained to dig for purple gold, and low-level cultivators could not dig for purple gold, so purple gold was scarce. Do you have a target? Night Sorrow asked when he saw Sikong Chuyu walking forward without hesitation. Yes, I've seen the map. I know where the Purple Gold Beast King is. Sikong Chuyu, who was walking in front, turned around and said. The moment she turned around, Night Sorrow, who was walking behind her, was caught off guard. He bumped into Sikong Chuyu. When Night Sorrow stopped, the two of them were only half a foot apart. Smelling Sikong Chuyu's scent, Night Sorrow hurriedly took a step back. Sikong Chuyu also took a step back. What are you doing? Sikong Chuyu's face turned red. She had never been so close to a man before. How would I know you would stop? Night Sorrow said, feeling wronged. Yes, let's go. It's still early. If possible, let's finish the mission today before resting, Sikong Chuyu said. Sikong Chuyu walked in front, and Night Sorrow followed closely behind. Sikong, since you know the location, why don't you ride the Fire Phoenix directly to the target location? Night Sorrow was confused. You don't understand. The Purple Gold Beast feeds on purple gold, and its body contains purple gold impurities. These impurities are very corrosive. We don't know where the Purple Gold Beast is hiding on Purple Gold Mountain, but if a Purple Gold Beast sprays purple gold impurities at the Fire Phoenix, the Fire Phoenix will be injured, Sikong Chuyu explained to Night Sorrow. However, he did not stop walking. Night Sorrow understood. Riding a flying Yao beast was dangerous. Just as Night Sorrow was thinking about this problem, a long sword appeared in Sikong Chuyu's hand. He swung his sword forward. After the sword light flashed, a light purple Yao beast that was 4 feet long and had sharp claws was cut in half. After killing a purple gold beast with a single sword strike, Sikong Chuyu continued forward. Fast! This sword was too fast. The purple gold beast was very fast, but it was too slow in front of Sikong Chuyu's sword. Night Sorrow took out his reincarnation spear and followed behind Sikong Chuyu. Sikong Chuyu was leading the way, and Night Sorrow's job was to cover the rear. After advancing for about 2 hours, Sikong Chuyu stopped. She twisted her delicate body and looked at Night Sorrow. The Purple Gold Beast King is in the cave up ahead. It's already heading outside. Retreat, don't go forward. Knight Sorrow took a few steps back. He knew that this kind of battle wasn't something he could participate in. Holding his long sword, Sikong Chuyu stared ahead. Not good, retreat. Sikong Chuyu's body flashed. She grabbed Knight Sorrow's shoulder and flashed away quickly. Knight Sorrow turned his head to look. A Yao beast that was more than 1 zhang tall and covered in purple gold scales appeared. It was originally lying on the ground, but after it leaped up, Knight Sorrow saw its sharp claws shining with a metallic light. After this Yao beast leaped up, it didn't land on the ground. Instead, it flew directly towards Sikong Chuyu and Knight Sorrow. This damned information. The purple gold beast king has reached the peak of rank 4. Hurry up and leave. Sikong Chuyu waved her arm and flung Knight Sorrow away. After landing on the ground, Knight Sorrow looked up. Sikong Chuyu's body was fluttering in the wind. The long sword in her hand was attacking continuously, fighting with the purple gold beast king in the air. Then, she landed on the ground and soared into the air again. One man and one beast kept attacking each other. No matter if it was a man or a Yao beast, once they reached rank 4, they would be able to fly for a short period of time. Currently, Sikong Chuyu and the purple gold beast king were in this state. The purple gold beast king was suppressing Sikong Chuyu. Its 4 sharp claws and mouth with hooked teeth were constantly attacking Sikong Chuyu. Yao beasts of the same level were stronger than humans. It was normal for a rank 4 purple gold beast king to suppress Sikong Chuyu, who had yet to reach rank 5. If Sikong Chuyu had reached rank 5, she wouldn't have to land on the ground and fly again. She would be able to suppress the purple gold beast king in the air. You can't compare to it in terms of energy. When it comes to fighting on the ground, you have to rely on flexibility. After watching the battle for a while and seeing Sikong Chuyu being suppressed and sent flying, Knight Sorrow discovered the crux of the matter. After listening to Knight Sorrow's words, Sikong Chuyu landed on the ground and started fighting the purple gold beast king on the ground. Stay away from it. It will spit out impurities. During the battle, Sikong Chuyu did not forget to remind Knight Sorrow. She knew that it would be useless to ask Knight Sorrow to leave. If Knight Sorrow was that kind of person, he would have run away the moment the battle started. What's its weakness? Knight Sorrow shouted as she stood on top of a large boulder. The place where the back of its neck connects to its head, Sikong Chuyu shouted as she defended against the purple gold beast king's attacks. This won't do. It's too strong. Come to where I am and circle around the boulder. Look for an opportunity, Knight Sorrow said as she leaped to the top of the boulder and crouched down. After listening to Knight Sorrow's suggestion, Sikong Chuyu led the purple gold beast king to the side of the boulder. She circled the boulder and fought the purple gold beast king. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing up there? Sikong Chuyu was surprised to see Knight Sorrow crouching on top of the boulder. A rank 1 cultivator was not running away at a time like this. Calling him courageous would be a compliment. Calling him stupid would be more accurate. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.